Can you guys hear me? Are you guys on yeah? Ah, there you go. Welcome. You can hear me okay. My voice is good. It's coming through.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Bless. Well, we are live. I believe we're live. Yes, we're live. Hello, everybody. Seems like there was a little bit of a delay with the streamer trying to tell me whether I'm live or not. Sending you all love. Apologies for being fashionably late again. I'm trying to set up some kind of a fashionable statement here, I think. Ridiculous as that is. I've never been one for punctuality, never been one to watch the clock, which is why it works best me working for myself. I always say to my clients, our session will be between 5 and 5:15. Because I always have to allow for that. Welcome to all of you. It's lovely to have you. We got Mexico here. We've got 3 people in the space that are watching so far. Sorry we're late. I always have to say that. I think it's like the way I have to start my show. Any show I've ever done this live, and it's just how it is. So who we got? Yeah, we've got a really lovely little group to start with. We've got I don't arrived in well, I'm arrived in this order. I'm going to go with the order that I'm seeing on my screen. We've got Indy Sage. Indy is a beautiful brother. He's a shadow worker. He helps people working with their shadows, releasing their emotional tendencies that hold them back, helping them engage with the subconscious, dive deep, bring out all of that buried stuff that's been repressed or suppressed, normally the hurtful, difficult. And he's occultist, trained in various different forms of occult therapeutic. So he's a beautiful brother. He's also an anthropologist at heart, and that was his original training. So he's a beautiful part to have here. We've also got who's next here? We've got Quinty. Quinty is a Christian mystic. He practices Christian mysticism, which is essentially like a form of Kabbalah. Although Kabbalah and innate aren't so far apart, it's really fundamental to Western mysticism in its fundamental strokes of what it is. He's also well versed in the mysteries of Chem and in Hermetic law. So this is going to be great. Gnosticism and Hermeticism is very closely linked, has become that way over the centuries, it seems. We've got Brother Aaron here. Aaron is a beautifully inspired, he's shamanically inspired brother. He's very tuned in. He's obviously been practicing and studying from what seems to be a Rosicrucian angle from my perspective. So he's coming from a clear Western occultism background, and he's just a beautifully open-minded brother that shares his heart. Very, very lovely way of sharing. So we've got like 3 really amazing guests here. I'm the Bush Whisperer. Yeah, I'm a shaman. That's my day job. It's normally why I'm so late, because I'm always sort of overgoing with clients. I was dealing with a client earlier. It went a little bit longer than I had to go, and I had to vacuum this space of dog hair. Otherwise, you see dog hair floating in the background every time the wind blows. Because my Malamute is just a ridiculous fur shedder, as is my golden retriever, but the Malamute takes the cake. And I have my shower before the show because it doesn't feel right unless I've had a shower. So there we go. We've got a wonderful ensemble here. I'm going to give them each a chance to introduce themselves. We're discussing Hermetics, how Hermetics fits into the 7 principles, into fundamental spirituality, the chakric systems, the days of the week, the various different associations that we can attach to these 7 principles, and how fundamental they are in shaping our ideas and philosophies, and how fundamental they are to life, what we can learn from these 7 principles, how we can learn to use them to prepare ourselves for moving into the mysteries and to shape our lives in a very beautiful and harmonious way. So without any further ado, I'd like each person here to have a moment to introduce themselves, starting at the top with Indy and moving down in the clockwise direction, the way people arrived. That's you, brother.
All right. Thanks for the great introduction, Franklin. Pardon the noise in the background. I'm just boiling some water here, but I had to turn it off for a second. But I'm excited to talk about Thoth and Hermetic wisdom today, to mysticism. Just to mention a few things about what I do with shadow work. It started with my own dark night of the soul, and then going into a place of self-mastery after a near-death experience. And I try to pass on the gifts that I had found through my own achievements and endeavors in self-mastery. And one of the great ways in which this system works in Jungian shadow work is that you ask yourself 3 questions. If you find yourself triggered, this is a good way to get into this. You want to ask yourself the first question: what upsets you more than most people in particular? And the second question you want to ask yourself is, why does that upset you in particular? What feelings do you have attached to that, and where do they go? Where do they come in from? The third question is, when did it start? And when you can trace yourself back and trace your trigger back to the beginning of your emotional wound, it's really powerful way to be able to offer yourself forgiveness after you've forgiven those who you had blamed previously, and then give yourself that self-love to be able to let that go and surrender and allow yourself to move on. It's a powerful process. It sounds very simple, and it is, but don't let that fool you. It's a very difficult process, and it requires having the right support network available to you, and having the right guidance for the spiritual tools to use to cleanse that darkness within, the inner turmoil, and turn it into inner joy and inner peace. So it's been very powerful for me. And a lot of this stems back to the wisdom of ancient Egypt, of the understanding of the alchemy of the soul and the spirit, the Ba and the Ka. And a lot of this stuff ties into the emotional body, the etheric body, and the spirit body. And so in my work, I like to interpret that any physical condition or injury is usually the body trying to communicate to that individual an emotional wound that needs to be remedied. And so there's charts. There's one chart called the Roby chart, where you can interpret different bodily ailments on the position in the body as an emotional wound. And they show what that emotional wound might be and give suggestions. So those charts are very helpful for individuals to be able to come to the root cause. And I do believe that the root cause of physical difficulties and ailments and conditions and injuries are the product of the emotional body trying to cry out. And so I just want to start with that, and I want to pass the mic down to Aaron for an introduction, and then Quinty. Thanks, guys. So glad to be here and excited to get into the discussion with you guys at the round table. Om Shanti.
Hello, everyone. Good to be here. Thanks for inviting me back. I consider myself a little bit of like a mariner of consciousness. So I enjoy navigating the different altered states of consciousness, and I really focus a lot on the individual aspects, the group or collective, and then their alignment towards divine consciousness. And so I really enjoy studying those different aspects, or could be considered the 3 worlds of the shaman. And a lot of it really started for me in the business environment as I went from a normal worker and then gained more responsibilities as I navigated towards a leadership and management role in the business world. And I started to see the different layers of reality in the business world and how managers and leadership were exercising their will and moving an entire group of people to accomplish a goal, and how sometimes their intention wasn't fully clear. And then that really got me into wanting to know more about the individual and what they hide as far as their conscious and their subconscious, what their intentions are, how they communicate. And it really exploded from there, learning more about my internal self. And I call it when the nervous system is overloaded in these altered states of consciousness, how our bodies react to different situations. And then what I call is the sacred communion of 2 different people or two aspects, like the masculine and the feminine, or the conscious and subconscious, coming together to create something that's greater than the individual parts on their own. So really looking forward to today's discussion on the 7 Hermetic principles.
Hey, thank you guys. Thank you, Shaman. Thank you, Indy. Thank you, Aaron. Aaron, I like that Fuchtark mat you got back there. That's really pretty. So what I like to do is study a lot of mythologies. That's what I started with. Studied all of them, and lastly, I've been studying with Joseph Campbell and understanding Carl Jung's The Red Book, and The Secret of the Golden Flower, really in depth. But before I became a Christian, I was really into the Bhagavad Gita and studying that. And I see that all of that actually has something to do with Hermeticism or the Hermetic principles. Because you have, like, a lot of those men that we revere, like Jesus Christ, Siddhartha, Gautama, Krishna, Tahuti, Moses, Dionysus, Mahmud, and Muhammad. All of them can really be put into this study, and you can learn a lot about Hermetics from them also. Even in the Zoroastrian religion, I've been getting into that because that's actually I found out that that's the religion that Christianity and the Quran really get their inspiration from. It's really a magical thing.
Is that Zoroastrianism?
Yeah, Zoroastrian. Yeah,
Okay.
And it's amazing to see, and I like to, get into this. I can't stay long though. I'm gonna get new glasses today. I have an appointment at 12, so I'll be here for an hour. I love you guys. Peace unto all of you.
Much love. Quinn.
Lovely introductions, everybody. Thank you, guys. Much love to you. And I'd like to thank all of you guys for joining me. It's an honor to have you all here. Quinn, we'll have to use you while we've got you. Aaron, only a pleasure. And such a pleasure to have this wonderful threesome with me on the stage. Welcome, Mexico, and everybody else that's joined the chat. Do feel free to get into the chat and tell us what you think. Share your ideas, your feelings, ask questions. There's no question that's, whoa, good thing I got quick reflexes to catch my phone when it went off the table. Martial arts is good for something. So yeah, do feel free to share your ideas, your questions, your feelings, your thoughts, everything. We're looking for open panel conversation, and I'll try and put them on the screen. I'm sure we'll keep an eye on what's going on the chat. Sometimes it gets really busy and it moves fast. The discussion of the Hermetic principles is probably one of the discussions of the year. It's been touched on in discussions in the previous roundtable meets. What I would say is that there's a lot of conjecture around a lot of what's available. The tablets are the fundamental source code, if I can use such a term, for the system, which is a very short little book. It's about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes you read it. And it's a wonderfully meditative book to read. Those of you that have, you can listen to it on audiobook. It's really amazing. You can listen to it every morning when you shave. Some of us don't shave, but when you're getting ready for work or doing whatever it is you do, or when you're on the toilet, it's a great toilet companion. I find I have the most amazing thoughts when I'm sitting on the loo. So, isn't that what it is? It's the times that we stop, and you've just literally got to stop, and there's nothing to do. You just got to stop and sit. Those are the times that you want to be able to listen to it. Driving to work in the. Do you want to get frustrated about the traffic because you're going to be late for work? You want to say, you know what? I can't change things. I'm going to put on Hermes. I'm going to listen to Hermes. I'm going to consider the nature of existence, life, and why. So yeah, it's an amazing little piece of work. There's been a lot of other books. The Kabbalah is probably one of the main sort of well-known books. There's a lot of other treatises on Hermetics. In honesty, I would say that all these books, as good as they are, and I would recommend the Kabbalion. There's also audiobooks. Gosh, I'll even link in a couple of audiobooks. If you come to my channel, I'll link in one, a good one. So yeah, I mean, the Kabbalion is an amazing source of wonderful inspiration. But Hermetic is simple. There are 7 fundamental principles, and those 7 fundamental principles are what we consider and contemplate. And we go through life and we look at whatever it is that's happening around us in our life, and we try and understand how are these 7 principles working in front of us. What is going on? It's a fluid system of thinking. It's so simple that you could learn the basis of Hermetics in like 5 minutes and start practicing immediately, considering what it means. So the 7 base root principles are very simple. Mentalism. We're going to go into each of the principles individually as this discussion progresses. But to start off with, mentalism is that the universe is a mental construct. Everything that becomes physical goes through a process of physicalization, and it needs to start with the mental sphere, move through the emotional sphere, become actuated by thoughts and thought constructs, thought forms, and from there it becomes manifest into the life around, which means that everything that we do. My dog bark just turned off the light. How do you like them apples? Oh, come here. Come here. On your bed. Come. On your bed. Come here. Come on your bed. On your bed. Go on your bed. See, he knows where his bed is. Go on your bed. There he is. He's a big dog. They don't normally bark. He doesn't normally bark because he's always big to bark. You're going to scare everybody. So yeah, the first principle is mentalism, that the entire universe is a mental construct. Everything comes from thought. Everything has to be translated from thought into this reality within which we live, and that the nature of reality is not what it seems. The second principle is that all things are in a state of correspondence. All things correspond to each other. There is a secret language of correspondence that connects all things to all other things in the universe. This is basically from the Vedic tradition, what we could call jnana. Jnana yoga is basically this very exact concept that we're talking here. Jnana yoga is when we are contemplating how things fit together, and quantum entanglement is how we actualize this particular principle of Hermes. The next principle is vibration. The universe is in a state of movement, vibration, and I can't do this and set up my Telegram. I wanted to stream this through Telegram as well, but check it. So the universe is in a state of vibration. Everything is in a state of movement. The movement is what produces the energy potential, and the vibration is the sound, relates to the Visuddhi chakra, obviously, sound, and that this was necessary in order for the universe to come into being. And the third principle is polarization, polarity. All things are in a state of duality. All things become polar opposites of each other. All things can be seen from 2 different perspectives, and that there has to be a polarity between things in order for the energy to come into form. The polarity needs to be in native. There needs to be a frequency to the polarity in order for the frequency to start to imprint itself into the causal emanations. The emanations of the causal emanations are what becomes cause and effect, that every effect has a cause. This is the 6th principle, rhythm being the 5th principle, polarity being the 4th principle, vibration being the 3rd principle, things being related to each other being the 2nd principle, that there is this quantum entangling process of thought and matter, that there's a correspondence in the universe. First principle being mentalism. And all of these 6 principles move through the cause and effect principle in order to produce causal experience of tit for tat in the universe. You do this, there's a consequence. Consequence becomes the next seed for the next consequence, becomes a seed for the next consequence. And so time acts upon cause and effect. And that in order for this to actually come into being, it had to be brought into a state of generation, which means there had to be gender. Things had to be engendered. There had to be polarity coming into being in such a way that the polarity could refit back into each other. And the polarity refitting back into each other we can consider as generation, the re-engendering, male fitting into female. And this is how the universe comes to be, these 7 principles. So there's a crash course in the basic ideas behind it. We will go into some more depth into how they fit together, into how each principle has a whole lot of correspondences and things relate to it. And then we'll probably look at how this affects our lives, how this fits into our lives, and how this and yeah. So without any further ado, I think I've said enough. I don't want to say too much. Whoever's got the first thoughts to throw into the table. Quinty, if you said you have to go soon, if you want to crank off for the start, if you've got something to say, let us know. If not, whoever's wants to throw something at the table, let's start throwing.
Oh, I got a lot I want to say, so I'm just gonna try to listen and condense it. I don't know what do people say. Go ahead.
Well, whoever wants to talk, feel free. If not, I'll throw something at the table. But I'd be happy for someone else to throw if they want to.
I'm a little bit analytical and like to be organized. So maybe if we can go in order and start with mentalism and kind of work the way down. There's just so much to talk about with each one.
Before we get into the ordering of them, I would just go into a very baseline consideration of what matter is and how matter comes into being. I've mentioned this before, but I will enter back into this for a moment and see what we can feel about this. Okay, so fundamentally the universe is thought structure. There is a process of thought. And when I say thought, I don't mean thoughts that are separate, individualizing separate pieces of the great cosmic thought. I mean the cosmic thought, which is a thought that runs through all things. It's one thought in its totality. It's an expression of all things. We could also consider physics that there is one electron, there was one atom, that one electron and one atom is quantum entangling itself. The electron is quantum entangling itself into the atom. The protons are quantum entangling themselves into the protons. The neutrons are quantum entangling. Have this quantum entangling of this atom back into itself, back into itself, back into itself, moving so fast without time, beyond the scope of potential of being able to measure or keep track of its movements, into creating the structure of this universe that we see and experience. So are there lots of atoms or is there one atom? This is a question. Occultists have discussed this for centuries. I am of the thought that there is only one atom, there is only one electron, there's only one proton, there's only one being. We are all quantum entangled versions of this being expressed in a multitude of ways. The multiplicity is arising from the monad, and the monad is all there is that's truly real. So the universal mind is the fundamental structure from which all things gain their being. However, this oneness, this pure mind, and when I say mind, I mean beyond anything that we can consider as our minds. This is the superstructure of the mental sphere from which all of our minds arise as little raindrops from the great proverbial ocean of life. So in the state of oneness, in the state of mentalism, there is nothing that can be changed. There is nothing that can be divided. There is nothing that can be removed from it. There is nothing that can be added to it. It contains all things. It cannot be diminished. It cannot be made smaller. It cannot be made greater. It is the subtotality of all things as we can see it and imagine it in this universe. This one structure of unity is the basis of all things. We cannot move beyond the considerations of this oneness, because it's the entire universe that we see ourselves found within in the structure. From this unity, and Jeremy's just arrived. I'm going to introduce him in just a minute. I just don't want to lose the flow because I'm sort of like rolling on ice skates here. So this one aspect of unity, in order for the universe to come into being, something had to be removed from a state where nothing can be removed from. And in order to remove something where nothing can be removed from, you had to break the rules. So breaking the rules became the rule. Quantum entanglement became the rule. Quantum entanglement means that a part of that oneness can jump outside of that oneness without leaving, without diminishing, without reducing, without changing mentalist sphere while producing a photocopy of itself outside of itself. And other bits could jump out and create a mirage outside of itself. Lots of little bits all moving, jumbling up together. And in order for this to come into being, there had to be vibration, because there had to be movement. Because these jumping in and jumping out. And so movement became the currency through which this quantum entangling process had to happen. So in the beginning, there was the Word. The Word was God. The Word was the beginning of all things. Aum was the beginning of the foundations of the universe. It started with a vibration. And in order for that vibration to come into being, quantum entanglement had to be the enabling feature that could bring that vibration into being. So the first three principles make the fundamental trinity of being. They make the fundamental triad of the Kabbalah, the fundamental trinity of all things, the three principles of Brahma, the creation, Shiva, the destruction, and Vishnu, the maintenance, the maintainer. And Shiva represents blinking out of existence. Brahma represents coming into being. And Vishnu represents that balance of harmony between coming in and going out of being. The sound. Krishna, being the avatar of of Vishnu, plays the flute and is singing in music, and the gopis are all dancing. The dance of life comes into being. Maya, the false reality of dream time of the shaman, comes into being because of these fundamental three principles. Due to the fact that we had this principle of vibration, things moving, produced energy. So we had the sphere of energy forming as a result of this vibration. The sphere of energy thus produced movement. The movement had to have dictation, because where is the movement coming and going to? So the movement was between the poles of polarity. And in order to have a movement, you have to have it starts here and it ends there. And so polarity became the measuring stick, the yardstick through which the movement could be enacted. And so the polarization gave rise to the firmament being stretched in and out of itself through the active sphere of the energetic reality that we experience as a result of the vibration, which is a result of the quantum entangling of that which cannot be removed from something that cannot be diminished. Yet the movement has happened. So this reality is a fundamental dream. It's a fantasy, if you will, and it's based upon the vibration. From this polarization, this movement of polarity, you had the form of a pendulum. The pendulum started to represent the movement, in a sense. Now, the diversity of vibration, that there were so many quantum entanglements happening simultaneously, produced this reality that we had all these swinging pendulums, and they were all swinging in their own particular rhythm and resonance and frequency and vibration. The universe is a song of songs. And so these vibrating, moving pendulums started to make collisions, and those collisions produced causes and effects. And the causes of the collisions produced the effects that the collision produced, which drove the next cause, like a bunch of dominoes bouncing off of each other. The universe came into being. Cause and effect was born from this rhythm that was born from polarity, which was born from vibration, which was born from the quantum entangling of all things being in the state of correspondence, from the fundamental unity of the mentalist sphere. Because of the cause and effect, the universe started to react to itself. This reaction had to be reunified. The polarization and polarity that had been created in order for the energetic reality to come into being, for these pendulums to be able to swing and bounce against each other, had to be recohesed in order to recreate the copy of the mentalist sphere. The mentalist sphere, which is containing all things, had to be copied here. So they copied that by producing generation, which is the gendering of the masculine principle entering into the feminine principle, so that we can once again achieve a form of relative unity. The relative unity was representing the fundamental unity of the mentalist sphere. And so the seventh principle of generation binds all the other six principles in its stead in order to maintain this fundamental structure of reality that we find ourselves in. So there is a little bit basic idea of how these seven principles bring the universe into being, and how this structure has been manifested. Now, you can't really find this in books. You've got to sit down and think about it. That is the beauty of Hermetics. You've actually got to sit down and consider how things work and figure them out for yourself. And that produces higher consciousness levels of frequencies of realization, because you're stretching your mind to go beyond its limitations. And when we stretch beyond our limitations, we start to transcend. And in this process of transcendence, we become aware of the extra dimensional reality, and we start to see through the inner eye, through the clairvoyant vision, what is happening outside of ourselves in terms of into the consciousness field itself, from whence all matter is arising. So next, I'd love to invite one more member to our team, Jeremy. Jeremy's also a very beautiful brother, inspired also with shamanic inspiration. Nature touches his heart. He tells beautiful stories. He's the storyteller in the group, I would say. He has a very beautiful knack for storytelling. Obviously a shaman in the making as well. So we have two guys here that are being drawn to the shamanic path. I hope you guys find your ways into the jungles, man, or into the wilderness, and go in there and have like, you know, your asses kicked by reality, because that's what shamanism is, in my opinion. Having our butts kicked by reality until we go, hey, that's my butt. Oh, that's what it is. So sending so much love. I'd love to give you an opportunity, Jeremy, to introduce yourself, and thank you for joining us. What a wonderful crew.
Hey, thanks again. Can you hear me? Thanks again for the intro, Franklin. Yeah, if you you know, the jungle isn't always available to us, but I will say, if you want to have like a jungle creature in your house, have a kid.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the I what was it, the what was it called, the Kai Babylon or something like that? Have you heard of that? Yeah. I got a copy of that.
Kabbalah.
Yeah, that goes over the seven principles there. And when I started reading that, it struck me as you can't necessarily we can't necessarily understand or know the how. Like there's the you know, the unity of the multiplicities that streams down like light and is imbued in everything. And the seven principles are it's like how it works. But you can't necessarily know like how that happened. That's like the great mystery, right? Which is wonderful, because, you know, mystery enlivens existence. But those seven principles, this is five, the seven principles there, it seems to me like that's the that's what all the you know, those the masters, they've got a grasp on that. Everything they've done and they do stems from the knowledge of how those things work. And I definitely cannot say that I understand a lot of it. I think I'm most familiar with rhythm and polarity, and generation. So yeah, so I'm definitely interested in hearing what everybody else has to say about it.
I really like to look at the structure of things and try to discover how are things operate.
Please do continue.
What are the different forces that are acting upon us, and then also noticing, like, if we focus our own will and our perception of reality, then we can get a more filtered and intentional feedback from the world. And so there's the individual that's exercising his will, and I've got a certain perception of how I think things work, and then over a long enough time frame, I start to get feedback both on my individual self, how I'm reacting to it emotionally and mentally, and how that's changed over time. And then also if I'm involved with the group seems to be able to exercise its will in a manner that is much different than the individual, as we've got multiple different archetypes of people with different skill sets that are working. And then the group, as we've seen different groups or even societies and everything, they get kind of a larger reality, a divine, how nature responds to them. They go through their own kind of birth and death cycles of reality. So I find it very interesting how there's certain things that continue to be common amongst all of those different forms as we move to discovering what are these 7 principles or laws that become self-evident if the experiment is ran long enough. And I find it very fascinating how I can change my identity and enter a different group or enter a different dynamic, and that actually leads to different states of consciousness or how I even perceive myself, and I can leave that form and move on to another and then find the same reoccurring cycles and things that I didn't even realize before over long periods of time.
Totally, brother. I totally get you, and I feel where you're coming from. Were you going to say something, Indy?
Yeah. I just wanted to go through. Can you guys hear me okay? Cool. I wanted to go through the 7 principles and just go in a little deeper and use some of the phrases that are associated with some of the definitions, and just kind of go across some of these principles to get us going, maybe simulate some thoughts on some more interpretations here. But I know with the first principle, mentalism, I feel like that really ties in today's New Age movement. That's the true New Age movement that's happening in England with Rupert Sheldrake, with the idea of panpsychism, the idea that nature has a mind, or the cosmos has a mind, and that mind is all overarching, and it's within us, it's within nature. And I think that's a powerful idea, and it really ties in with these Hermetic principles. Now, in the 6th principle, cause and effect, it suggested that mind is the cause, and all other things are the effect of mind. And so this kind of ties in a lot with Taoism and the idea that the Tao is considered to be the source of all things, but it's unseen. And so what we see here is the effects of the Tao are the yin and yang, but those are the cause. And so I want to tie in those parallels that I've seen there. Now, to go back to the 2nd principle, correspondence, we hear the phrase "as above, so below," and "as within, so without." And a lot of people interpret that as above in the heavenly realm, so below here in the earthly realm. But we could also consider that, if one considers that during the lost history of the matriarchy, we had the different understanding that the soul goes into the earth and then rises back up from within, and that underworld is a place of rebirth. We could understand that as above here in the earthly realm, so below there in the underworld as well. And so we can see that in both ways through correspondence. There's a reflection as above and below. And through Kabbalah, we see the reflection of the heavenly realm being done here in the earthly realm to try to understand the principles of astrotheology, the principles of the heavenly realm. And that's a powerful process. In Kabbalah, there's, I believe, 144 steps that one must take to purification of the soul. The first step, if I'm not mistaken, is do not steal. Do not take things. Do not take people's attention that do not seek to hear the information you choose to speak. Do not take from your employer. When you're on the clock, don't do what you're not being paid to do. And so these are some of the ideas of the first principle. Many of these principles have been hidden from Gentiles, but the Kabbalah is now available to everyone for the first time because it's the prophesied time of the awakening at the end of the utmost intensity of egoism, which they say we're now in. So to get back to the principles, I wanted to mention that the process of our number system is later articulated by individuals like write this down. Oh, here we go. Pythagoras, Vitruvius, Aristotle, Plato, and later Tesla were able to develop a system of polymath in which the numbers build by doubling. And so from 1 comes 2 by doubling 1. And from 2 comes 4 by doubling 2. By doubling 4, we come to 8. By doubling 8, we come to 16. And with gematria, we add 1 plus 6 from that to create 7. From 7, we add 7 to 7 to create 14. And 1 plus 4 becomes 5. From 5, we go back to 5 plus 5 becomes 10. 1 plus 0 becomes 1. And so the only 3 numbers that we did not come across were 3, 6, and 9. And so those numbers operate on a different plane, but together they're integrated as our number system. And so it's an interesting way in which the numbers build. I wanted to mention that as well. And so to go back to the principles, we come from 2, when one might jump to 4, but I'm going to go to 3 and say, in vibration, nothing rests, everything moves and everything vibrates, which is a really mind-blowing principle for me. When I first heard that, I started to realize how we really consider things to be solid. And when we see like people walking through walls or something like that, or walking through doors, and people think to themselves, that looks like, it feels like that's possible. And people being able to like levitate and float. I feel like if everything's vibrating and we can sync with those vibrations, the limitations are limitless. The possibilities are limitless. So it's just very powerful to understand that everything is in motion. And I think our mind tries to show us that things are still, but we know that things never touch, they repel from each other. And so things are not like we think, just still and there. They're really in motion. It might not be a motion that we necessarily see on the conspicuous level, but we know that things are vibrating in subtle ways everywhere we look. And then we come down to principle 4, polarity, in which they suggest that everything is dual. And I love this principle because it ties in with the paradox that opposites are identical in nature, but different in degree. And so we can reconcile the paradox by understanding that all things are one. Although they may be considered opposites, they are still one and the same in nature. And we see that things can be different in degree in subtle ways. But oftentimes, if they're opposites of one another, they'll be on the same scale at different ends of that scale. But then we do have things that are non sequitur, seemingly unrelated, but ultimately all things are interconnected. But polarity is a fascinating interpretation of those interconnections, to see things on the scale, operating in the same nature, but in different degrees. That's powerful. The paradox can reconcile a lot of apparent contradictions that hold us up trying to understand things in the world and create blockages for us to comprehend things in deeper ways. But let me go to number 5, rhythm. Everything flows in and out. In this principle, I believe, is referring to breath. It's almost saying that everything is breathing. Everything has that sacred breath, or we have that sacred breath, which is a principle in all things, of that vibration in and out, expansion and compression. And then we come back to cause and effect. Everything is caused by mind. We mentioned that earlier. And finally, gender. Masculine and feminine are everywhere. Everything has a principle of masculine or feminine within it. That one always perplexed me. I always thought it was interesting, and it ties into a lot of the interpretations of people who speak Latin languages, because they are masculine and feminine words. So all things are ascribed a masculine or feminine association in Latin languages like Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, French. I believe some people tie in Romanian with that, and Portuguese as well, if I forgot that. But yeah, I just wanted to go across a couple of those, and that stimulates thoughts for any of you guys to chime in. Have at it.
Yeah, one idea that came up as you were speaking was that we live in we live in this realm, right? We exist in this realm, and we can have effect.
You said you want to bring the jungle into your home, have a kid. That's exactly what happened. He had a kid. She discovered the drum.
Like your own stuff right there.
Oh yeah, we got her. Well, there's a drum set out there, and we got her a little drum, but she's definitely got rhythm. Let me tell you, she's into it. So to speak to that, so we can experiment, right? We can do things here that have effect, and the understanding of these principles allows us to have greater effect and greater impact with our actions and our thoughts. So if you, that's what I'm trying to say here is that, you know, if you want to act in the world with any kind of impact or meaning, exploring these principles is only going to strengthen you in that endeavor.
Okay.
Beautiful, brother. I love the way the rhythm came into the picture. Sorry, Quinty, you wanted to add? Fire away.
Oh
brother.
yeah, I really enjoyed where Indy was going with it, about bringing the principles into physical world. And for me, I haven't read this book in a long time, but I remember when I was reading it, because I was into what do you call it, Vedic stuff. I always saw connections with the chakras, with the principles, and I think it was backwards, or maybe I'm wrong. I think it was backwards, right? I don't know. I haven't read it in a long time, but the first principle that you read is mentalism, right? Or is it not? Is that right? Okay, so that was that's the last chakra though. That's the one at the top. And then the next one you read is the third eye. I think it was principle of correspondence, and so on and so forth. And I remember the last one was gender, and I was like, hey, this has to be the Muladhara, not Muladhara, but the root chakra.
Muladhara.
Muladhara chakra. And I was like, this has to be that one. So I was like, why is it backwards when you read it? Like, why do you go down and not up? But that's something I noticed when I was studying it a long time ago. But now, looking back on it as a Christian, I see that you could also see them as planets. You really could see them as planets. Like you could see the first chakra as Earth, and you could see the second one as Mars, and so on and so forth. And I thought that was interesting because as you take the principles of the mind, or more so the spirit, if you take the principles of the spirit and actually look into them, and actually like manifest them by studying them, like Aaron likes to do, like to take things apart, you really can make them manifest and give density to your life, to your how would you say it, to your reality. And when you give it density, you actually form it in yourself. I think it takes discipline, I think that's something Indy was catching on to. Persistence, discipline, endurance. In Christianity, they don't really say the planets right off the bat, because it's like a really annoyingly coded thing, but they would tell you the planets as the king names. So all the kings that you read about in the Bible represent the planets, honestly. So when you read them and you understand what king did what, you understand how the planets actually act on you, because you're subject to the Lord, which is the king, which is the planet. And I found that interesting because gender, being the first one, is how you express your spirit here and how your mind gathers information. And I was thinking yesterday about how men and women aren't really the same. And a lot of people like to say we are. But to be honest, in Christianity, I noticed that a man can pray for something and God will answer. But sometimes a woman may pray for something and he doesn't answer it for a long time. And I was wondering, why is that? It always bothered me. And so I realized that there's just something different about how we what do you call it? Channel the spirit. Men channel it more in a, what do you call it? Assertive way, while women are more a surrounding way. Like it's more like you go around the object instead of going through the object. And I found that as an interesting thing about gender, because when a man actually learns how to go around something and not just through it all the time, he becomes more balanced. And when a woman learns how to go through something instead of around it, she becomes more balanced. And you can see that manifestation of gender being shown to you, even in the karmic sense. When you look up all the different kinds of karma in the Bhagavad Gita, you can see how that also plays a role on the gender of a person, which is not just physical, but also spiritual and mental. But yeah, that was just an idea I was thinking about when Indy was talking. And thank you, Jeremy.
Okay. So what I'd love to do is to get us to go into each principle, and maybe, how are we? Oh, by the way, I want to cap this discussion at 5 hours. Trying to get them to be 4 hours, but like, Rome wasn't built in a day. So we managed to cap the last one at just over 5 hours, trying to get it to 5 hours, and slowly but surely we'll move towards the 4 hour mark. And when we can do them in 4 hours, I'll be like, oh my gosh, that's perfect amount of time. Me mum won't be complaining to me anymore that they're too long. So don't want to disappoint your mum, So it'd be great to take each one on its own and look at it. We could maybe put like 20 minutes, 30 minutes into each discipline and into each one. We don't have to allot a particular time to it. We'll probably have less to say about mentalism than what we'll have to say about some of the others. There are, I could draw a distinction about the chakras, but we'll get into that as we go. The only thing I would say before we start is there's a special relationship between the third principle and the fifth principle. There's a very special relationship between the third and the fifth principle. And you can hear it in the words, right? Vibration and rhythm. I mean, come on, that's the same thing. So it's giving you a hint of what's going on, that you've got the same thing that's above being recreated below. So you've got 3 sets of 3. You've got 3 fundamental principles, actually. If you take 3 numbers and you permute them into each other, you can produce 7 possibilities. If you got A, B, and C, then you can have A, you can have B, you can have C, you can have AB, you can have AC, you can have BC, and then you can have ABC. That's 7 possibilities mathematically from 3 principles. So the 3 principles permuting into themselves became 7 principles. It's really important to understand this. The Trinity, the fundamental triad of how the monad, the duad, and the triad produced the first triad of being. And the first triad of being, you can see it very well expressed in the Kabbalah, in the Etzrim, in the Tree of Life. You got the first fundamental triangle, which represents Atzilut, which represents the causal reality. Then you got the second triangle, which is called the astral triangle. That represents the astral state of being. Then you got the third triangle that represents the etheric triangle. That is the etheric field that fits into the astral field, that fits into the causal field. And these 3 triangles fit into the reality that we're living in. So these are the 3 dreams of the shaman, right? The first triangle is the supernal divine sphere. The second triangle is the middle world. The etheric triangle is the underworld. So we've got the underworld, and it's completely right that you have to travel down into the roots of the tree, into the underworld, into the etheric, in order to access the astral, in order to access the divine planes. The divine planes are encapsulating the astral field, and the astral field is encapsulating the etheric field, and the etheric field is encapsulating the physical form. And so we're like looking at Russian dolls. We're inside the etheric field, dreaming up this reality, which is a conglomeration of the 3 triangles. And so you've got 3, 3, 3. The first 3 is 3. The second 3 is that 3 plus the other 3, which is 6. And the third set of 3s is the 6 permuted into the final 3, which is 9. 3, 6, 9. So there's something being explained here about those 3 important triangles in the Tree of Life, what they represent. And these triangles are also in the Vedic systems. When you look at the chakras, they are being expressed there. Manipura is a very important point in Vedic systems. You've heard about Chinese medicine, the triple burner, how fundamentally important it is for our fight and flight and various different parts of ourselves. The expression, life force is basically being expressed through the triple burner as its fundamental structure, which is why it's so fundamental to our health. If your triple burner goes out of whack, you're basically on your way out. And so there's a special relationship between vibration and rhythm. For rhythm represents the apex of the third triangle. Vibration represents the apex of the second triangle, and rhythm represents the floor of the second triangle, and vibration represents the floor of the third triangle. So we've got the third triangle, the floor, rhythm. The second triangle, the roof, rhythm, the floor. The first triangle, the floor is vibration. The second triangle, the roof is vibration, and the floor is rhythm. The third triangle, the roof is rhythm, and the floor is generation. So generation becomes the expression of the fundamental first principle. So the first principle and Muladhara are so fundamentally connected, because the Muladhara, the base 7th principle, is where all the things become harmonized back into a single whole of this reality, which is a replication of the spiritual reality that we're striving to connect with. So I just thought I'd put that out there. There's this really fundamental connection. Now, shamanism bases its entire practice upon the principle of rhythm. And this is why shamanism bases its its entire system upon principle of rhythm, because the etheric sphere has its roof in the rhythm, and the astral sphere has its floor in the rhythm. So the rhythm becomes a synthesis between the astral and the etheric, and that's how we create changes in the physical reality. That's how you make things happen. When the emotional expression is being bound through energy to express mentally in terms of thoughts, what it holds as information, this can become digested and expressed through the physical forms that are created upon the etheric, which are structured by the flow of the astral, which is toning and intoning the resonant vibrational frequencies of the principle of vibration, which is the basis of the entire universe. This is why has got three parts. This is why Tat Sat fits into three parts. 9. This is why there are 9 numbers, because there's the first triad, second triad, and third triad. There are 9 things. There's 7 chakras because rhythm is repeated and vibration is repeated. So you've got 7 principles, but when you count vibration twice and you count rhythm twice, you've got 9. So this is how these triads work, which is really food for thought for those of you that are into the Kabbalah. It might give you an insight into why those triads are the way they are. Though I think when we go into each of the ones on their own, it will give us a powerful insight. I think it makes a lot of sense to start with the monad, to start with the first principle, because it's the most abstract, which is ironically why it's the best principle to start with, because it will be the most easy to characterize as distinct from this world, if that makes sense. So if you guys are ready to, anything you want to throw in before we start, or if you want to jump right in now, please do.
Yeah, I definitely want to jump in here for a minute, especially because I'm probably going to have to leave at some point. But I wanted to demonstrate with the drum here.
Yay!
So the way I like to drum is I like to put my head right next to it and hit it from here. So thinking about the rhythm and the vibration and generation, what I've noticed is that when I got the drum there and I'm tapping it out, start very, very, very slowly and build it up, there's the sound of the beater hitting the drum. Yes. But there's something inside of that. There's like a third thing that's going on. And if you can pick it up, that's what you want to listen to. Everything else kind of falls in place. And what I've noticed that it does is that inside in your mind, you begin to see things. You begin to experience things. You're through the drum, through the rhythm of your being, through the sound of the drum creating that very physical vibration. You open up a portal into this different place that is in your mind, and it makes sense to me that the mind is the first one, right? And I'll try to say why here is because, like, you have your body. Your body's a vessel for your mind. Whatever is happening there in the mind, that is who you are. That is what you are. It's my knowing that when the body gives way to the the natural processes of the realm here, the mind carries on. Whatever's there carries on. Carries on into something. And that place that you have generated with the rhythm and the vibration, that's what your mind goes into. And whatever that is like, it's just like infinite possibility. for you to draw from and to act in the world here. And there are things that are there that are for you specifically, but you have to find a way to access them. So you have to use your mind, your awareness to look upon things and experiment. Like you're looking at a mountain and you ask yourself what's up there, and then you go and do the thing. Maybe you hear a rhythm in your head, or you listen to your heartbeat and you tap that out, whatever that is. Take 2 sticks, or stand on a frozen river or a lake and beat your feet. And then there's the there's that I just thought about there's that natural there's that rhythm in the wind of trees. So around where I'm at, we have these very short sort of pine trees on the hills out here. And then when it's windy, you go out there and you sit in those trees, and they're all whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. You'll hear a whoa, 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 whoa sort of sound eventually. And you can get things from that. Or another cool thing to do is to go to somewhere like the Shenandoah Valley, in the Appalachian Mountains around the Virginias. And if you can time it where the cicadas have come out, if you want to do drugs without doing drugs, sit in the woods while the cicadas are calling, and you will trip balls, let me tell you.
Amen,
Yes.
Jeremy. I really feel that way too when I play the flute, though. That's all I wanted to say. Yeah, I have a Native American flute, and when you take that, when you stop blowing, it's like that moment when you stop blowing, there's still a sound coming off of it, because the sound travels not far, but it vibrates the whole stick, and depending on where you put your fingers, that vibration will stay in the air. And every time I'm feeling bad or someone around me is feeling ill, I'll play, and it'll heal them. And when the birds are singing in the morning, I play sometimes. And there's this one bird that always likes to hear me play. It's a red cardinal I call him Speedy or something like that. And he always comes to hear me play, and then he'll sing with me. And it's not even in tune. I don't get how he doesn't sing the right stuff, but I like it. It makes me feel like I'm doing something for the space around. It's interesting, though. I feel you on what you're saying.
Yeah, I think you absolutely are. If you have this intent of healing or comforting, or you have this intent of, I want to create a space for someone to drop into themselves, that comes out, through that music. And that one little bird, he's like, that's what I like. So he's gonna come over and sing at how wonderful he's feeling.
That's really beautiful. I love what you guys are talking about, the cicadas. I've been showing them to my son every morning. They're very beautiful, and I tend to want to listen to the rhythms in nature. I used to play a lot of my drum, but lately I tend to follow. Well, we'll get into this when we talk about vibration. You can literally hear the vibrating of the universe. You just tune your body into it, and your whole body becomes your drum. So before we get flowing, I wanted to introduce and welcome Cosmic Prankster. Cosmic Prankster is a beautiful brother. He's got his own system that he's manifesting. Manifesting, is that the right word? Channeling, better word, channeling from his guides, which are the elemental kingdom, the Fae, and beings from another frequency of reality. And so yeah, he's been sort of coming up with his own system, which is really fundamentally reflecting all of these things we're talking about in itself. Just been speaking to him about it for the last 6 months, and the more he speaks about it, the more I say, oh yeah, it's the same fundamental principles. I think the same fundamental principles are what they are, and if one starts to channel a system, it's going to be in tune with these principles. So without more ado, I'd love to welcome Brother Cosmic Prankster to the zone. Welcome, Cosmic, an honor to have you here.
Great to be here again. Yeah, I think when it comes to the system I've been working on, I also, in terms of like collecting data, I definitely extrapolate, data from all different, systems, different states of consciousness, different types of psychology, just pretty much every like possible state of consciousness, and then sort of like expanding upon it, and then sort of like using these equations to kind of like predict like what's beyond the human dream realm. Essentially, it's sort of the idea that's I would say that the Fae that I work with, they technically are outside of what we call reality. So it's been really interesting.
Well, lovely to have you with us. And so here we are. We're ready to start. Let's start at the top. Let's begin with the principle of mentalism. That the universe is all mind. That everything arises from thought. That thought is the basis of all things. And that thought is the basis from whence emotion comes. And emotion comes from this realm of thought. And the emotion becomes a feeling when it becomes polarized. And we feel this feeling in our hearts of the emotion, which is a vibe. A vibe. Emotion is a vibe. It's a vibration. And we feel with our hearts the vibe of vibration because of the polarization of sound. And then this thought, which has become an emotion, become a feeling, thus gets channeled into structured thoughts, thought forms, which are structured conglomerations of thoughts, which are structured into geometric patterns of thought forms. We've seen them on the astral plane, on the etheric plane, bouncing between the two if we've been out there. And this then becomes a cause and an effect in our heads and our minds, turning the hamster wheel. And all these little thoughts keep turning over the hamster wheel, which becomes passion. And that passion is the tuned feelings which emanate from emotion that become an impassioning driving force so that our thoughts can direct our movement from the basis of emotion through the extension of passion to move us towards generating in the world, creating, structuring. So let's start at the beginning. Thought, mentalism. Who wants to kick the ball out?
I want to put it out there real quick.
Yes.
I just want to put it out there real quick. Like there's thoughts, right? There's thoughts, and then there's like whatever the thoughts are swimming in. What is that?
That's what we're talking about.
Because it's like if thoughts are like the mind of God, then maybe the other thing is sort of like the body of the goddess. That's kind of like how I've been sort of like framing it, that consciousness is a sort of a dialectical, or maybe not dialectical is not the right word, but symbiotic relationship between what I call awareness and being. A plus B equals C is sort of this formula. Like, so the idea is like awareness is like just pure perception, thought, experience, and being is more like physical bodily sensations, like touch, smell, like sexuality, the ground, and like, more like reflexive, instinctual. And what I've kind of really basically, what I've been sort of formulating is that what we know as consciousness is a synthesis of these two sort of elements. And that you really, in a way, to have a truly self-aware being, you have to have both. So to me, I would say when it comes to, is the first principle thought, I think I have a weird idea where it's like two different sort of origin points sort of happening simultaneously in different sort of time periods that eventually intersect and then into the world we know now. So it's like, I guess the way I would basically like frame it, it's like the universe was created in both the past and the future, and we're somewhere in the middle.
Hey, baby. Hello.
I like that. I wanted to do a little something on the mind too. I asked my girlfriend last night, when somebody's being hypnotized and they don't remember what they were being told or programmed to do, what is that mind? And why don't we remember that? But also, I wanted to tie in with a response to something Quinty had said earlier. I believe it was Quinty that was talking about the chakral system and the alignment with the principles. And we were thinking that mentalism and the mind is the first principle of the Hermetic principles, but the brain or the self-mind is the seventh chakra. But I wanted to add that at the same time, paradoxically, we could also see that in reverse, in the sense that the root chakra could be associated with the all mind, or the higher state of consciousness, or the mind of Mother Nature, the source of existence. And so that's synonymous with the principles of mind being source, or the root or cause of all things. And so paradoxically, the mind could be also synonymous with the root, and that's a higher mind, which brings me into the mention of the work by Hermes Trismegistus. The Pymander is sometimes referred to, originally called Poimandres, which was the description of the creation story and a description of salvation when Hermes was able to meet the one mind of existence, the all mind, presented itself to him as a dragon, which we call the Pymander or the Poimandres. And this dragon scared him at first. The power of the mind of all of existence presented itself to him after he had gone through alchemistic stages of purification. And as he familiarized himself with it and had this correspondence with the all mind, it conveyed to him the understanding that the mind is the source of all things. And I believe he was shown much of the creation and given an understanding of how creation came into being. So it's fascinating that Hermes himself was actually able to meet the mind of existence, and whether that can be interpreted as a fictitious story to articulate principles, or whether that was actually interpreted as him actually having this experience, whether it was an out-of-body experience or some kind of a mystical experience, is, maybe up to the individual or to be determined, but very powerful work. And the Pymander is one of the most foundational works of Hermeticum corpus. So I wanted to mention that about mind. And it's interesting how the heart is the center of the chakral system, and the center of the principal system would be polarity. So everything being dual and breathing. So breath is
that's
integral.
That's beautiful that you add there about the connection between Muladhara, and I'd love to expand upon that. You see, from a Vedic perspective, Muladhara represents knowledge, represents the knowledge of the divine. and it's the root chakra. Obviously, its symbolic representation is a square, a yellow square. Traditionally, represents Priviti. Priviti is the earth element, and represents knowledge. Represents Brahma in the four faces, facing out in the four directions, the compass. Also, it represents the number 4, which is the synergy between 2 and 2, 22 becoming 4. 22 being a rather fundamental number, as there are 22 chromosomes, pairs, that carry all of the blueprints for our bodies and our minds and everything to resonate into this form. And there's a 23rd pair that dictates gender, only gender, nothing else, which is interesting when you look at that. So 22 could be seen as the mystic number of 23, which is why 23 has got this relationship with people. Look at that sweet cutie. Hello. She's lovely, huh? Beautiful. So there's this mystical connection with the Muladhara, with the mentalist sphere. And so this the generation, and this is what's important. The polarization is represented by the heart, I believe, because that's why it's got the 2 triangles, right? That's why it's got the Markaba. The Markaba represents the 2 aspects, the divine and the astral. And how the astral fits into the divine is the Markaba. And it's how you can travel into the divine. But it also represents what touches the etheric. So it's the middle of the spectrum, as you say. And being the middle of the spectrum, it is the basis of the firmament. So the firmament was created by polarity. Because of polarization, as above, so below came into being as a metaphor. Because the waters above and the waters below could carry the different tones, water being diamagnetic and diamagnetic. So you've got 2 diamagnetic layers, which represent something quite mystical when you consider it. A polarity separated by polarity, separating another polarity from the original polarity, by a polarity being established between the 2 sets of polarities. Now we're looking at yang yin. The yang yin is being expressed in the subtle little picture of duality, which is why the polarity is so well expressed in yang yin. Nothing expresses it as well as a yang yin, in my opinion. The Taoist alchemists were really onto the finger, onto the button when it comes to finding the best way to express the 4th principle that encompasses all the other principles. Another thing is that all the principles contain all the other principles. It's really important to understand this. From a Vedic system, each chakra contains all the other chakras. So each chakra might be an extension of that principle, but it contains the seed of all the other 6 principles in it. Now, getting back to Sasra Chakra. Sasra Chakra is represented by a lotus, Padma. And the Padma is a lotus with 1,000 petals in it. And those 1,000 petals are the 1,000 colors, tones, possibilities of reality. And it has no sense. That's really important to understand, right? So the sense of thought as a sense organ is the 6th chakra, the Ajna chakra. Its sense organ is thought. The 5th chakra sense organ is hearing. The 4th chakra sense is feeling, and we feel through our skin. The 3rd chakra sense is vision, and we see, and stomach and vision are connected, and how vision represents the form of things, and our stomach digests food to create the form of our body. There's this powerful connection between the 3rd chakra, the principle of rhythm, as eyes are what basically creates the rhythm of form as a structure that we can experience. So we then consider the Muladhara chakra as being the sense of smell. Now, when we look at neuroscience for a moment, we understand that the other 4 senses are all recoded. They all get routed through, all the information from all the senses get routed through the thalamus. The thalamus is under the dictates of the The thalamus is under the dictates of the pineal gland. And so the thalamus is controlling all the information. It's like a controller. So the information comes into the thalamus, and the thalamus then recodes the information, puts it into a language that can be understood by the brain, and it is then fed in through the cerebral cortex, where it is then threaded towards the parietal lobes on the side, where the dream of reality is formed in our minds. And when we say our minds, we've got to be careful about creating a distinction between what we experience on the etheric plane and what is true mind. You see, the etheric plane is a baby mind. It's the same triangle as the original triangle, but it's a copy. So true mind is a true sphere of thought, and it's the substance of thought. Emotions are moving through the substance of thought, and emotions get broken down into thought forms, which are structuring the substance of thought. And the thought forms break down to become independent little thoughts that are moving through the ocean of thought, to become the structuring vehicles that drive cause and effect in order to attract to it the ping of certain emotional states that relate to that separate little thought that is in quantum entangling motion or with a particular frequency of consciousness, so that they can be in state of bound by invisible strings, if you will. So we're sort of moving through this ocean of thought. And when I want to draw a distinction between thought and when we speak about what's in our minds, we're speaking about what's being experienced on the etheric plane as thought structures being broken into smaller thoughts. In the same way that our minds, our stomach breaks down nutrients into smaller little pieces of nutrients so that they can be moved around our body to build up bits and pieces, replace bits and pieces that we need. Hello, Nightfall. So much love to you. I hope you're well. Hope you're thriving. Welcome. How are you doing? So yeah, back to the mentalist sphere. So the Sahasrara chakra represents the Padma, which is the lotus that represents all things. So when we look at Sahasrara chakra, we are looking at 1,000-petaled lotus, which represents every single potential and possibility that this universe can bring into being, but in a perfect state as disembodied from reality. So everything in this universe is taken out of Sahasrara chakra. All the colors that we experience are taken out of those petals. All the sounds are taken out of those petals. Those 1,000 petals represent metaphorically every possibility that could ever come into being here, but in an embryonic form. And so that is the fundamental substance of being, the Sahasrara. And the fundamental substance of being contains within it the sphere of the ability to think and understand and contain wisdom as a sense organ. So the ability to experience mental stimuli inside of us, our Sahasrara chakra. The ability to hear sound, Visuddhi chakra. The ability to feel, and so all the senses are structured. Now, the Muladhara being the one sense which is not recoded, that sense information from smell travels straight through. It doesn't get affected. It doesn't get changed. There's hearing, what we see, what we taste, what we feel, even what we think gets recoded into a structure that's pleasing to be passed to the parietal lobes so that we can contain the structure of reality, our dream time. But smell is independent. This is why the Muladhara is closest to the Sahasrara chakra than any of the other chakras. It's something that people don't know. Everybody wants to get into the higher chakras. The closest chakra to the highest chakra is the Muladhara chakra, because the Muladhara chakra is the basis. It's the smell, which is why all rituals are always burning incense, which is why smells are so important, which is why aromatherapy is so powerful, because of what we've discovered about how the how the brain works. We used to think that this endocannabinoid system was just nothing. And now we realize it's fundamental to how you form experiences, how you remember things, how you structure new thoughts. It's all based upon the endocannabinoid system, which is really working through terpenes as well as through particular cannabinoids. So the terpenes, the smells, trigger the endocannabinoid system, and that is a go-between between the hormonal system and the neurological systems. Neurological system carrying the thoughts that we think is in our head, but it's actually on the electromagnetic system around our bodies, which then get put into bit code and copied into our brains after it's been recoded by the filtration of the thalamus gland system in order for the parietal lobes to be able to create a recreated structure of what is around us etherically on the etheric plane. And so we speak about in our minds, we're actually talking about what's in our electromagnetic field. But our electromagnetic field is in an astral field, which we're not really consciously aware of, other than we experience the feelings that come to us through that astral field. And that is an emanation of true emotion, which we sometimes feel in our throats. Right? When you get really emotional, you feel in your throat. That's when you're very close to a very pure state of emotion, because you're not even feeling in your heart yet, you're feeling in your throat. And that's the closest you get to moving towards the more abstract zone. So this Sahasrara chakra, this 1,000-petal lotus, is rather a mystical reality in itself, where it is the fundamental source of reality, which is why when samadhi yoga is taken up, the yogi is entering into samadhi, they actually practice Sahasrara yoga and activate the Sahasrara chakra. A lot of people practice it these days. It's not really healthy. A lot of these schools do it because if you activate your Sahasrara chakra, you suddenly start to feel energy moving everywhere, and you feel the whole thing's vibrating, and it's like, wow, that's cool. That must be like special, divine. But we don't realize you're just opening an organ. And the Sahasrara chakra is how you leave your body. It's how you die. So the whole point of Sahasrara chakra has got to do with life and death. It's got to do with like literally moving. Now, I would postulate that the Sahasrara chakra relates to Deus Pitar. Deus Pitar is the first and most primal first father archetype of the Vedic schools of Deva. Relates to the father, relates right back to the early times. And Deus Pitar is Jupiter, right? Is Zeus. That's why we speak about Ea Zeus. Ea is a name. Ea. It's one of the oldest names. In the Hebrew tradition, it's been alliterated to Ea, right? And it's part of the Tetragrammaton. It's the two first parts of the Tetragrammaton, which is that name that encapsulates the elements in order to produce an elemental control, shifting of reality. And so Ea, Zeus, Ilsius. Where have we heard that word? Ilsius. Well, Ilsius is what is activated. It's the first of the states, primal state, Ilsius, and it is activated when the Christos, when the oils from the pituitary and the pineal are secreted, and the light of the pineal touches the pituitary through the claustrum in the center of the head, producing this rotation effect with the milky fluids coming out of the pituitary, flowing over the head, touching the pineal, and the pineal producing its yellow fluids, juices that come through under, and they meet once again. This happens energetically, and they go into the claustrum, and they start to channel down. And on the right-hand side, you've got 33 nodes running down the spine. On the left-hand side, you've got 33 nodes running down the spine. And of course, once again, those three principles we're talking about, the throat, vibration principle, that's where this Christos essence touches your nervous system. And it goes through the other nodes until it gets to the area of your solar plexus, which is once again where the Christos essence touches your nervous system. Those two, rhythm, vibration, Manipura chakra, Visuddhi chakra. This is just Kundalini knowledge, but it's also the same in the schools of the ancient Greeks. So they were masters of Kundalini. This then goes down and touches your Muladhara chakra. It's another place where it touches the nervous system directly. So there's 3 points in the body where that Christos actually interacts directly with your nervous system. So it's the vagus nerve, which we know, Las Vegas, City of Angels. Then the Manipura, Mani meaning gem, Pura meaning all-encompassing, the gem that's all-encompassing, that touches all things, the gem of Saturn, I like to call it, because it's the structuring factor of reality. So this then has to come back up. These juices then have to rise back up the spine and touch these 3 points again, cross the vagus nerve again, enter back through the claustrum, and in the claustrum they come back up into the head. Then there's a 2.5 day period where they die, where the living essence, the etheric fluids actually dies in your brain, but then reanimates itself in the way that some of the squid can do that. We've discovered squid that have the same effect. They do this, similar hormonal things going on there. In the sea, they live, they die, and then they are resurrected. So these things resurrect, and in the process of resurrecting in your brain, they reawaken all of your stem cells. And in that process, you become anointed in the Sasra chakra. And so the Sasra chakra, being anointed, you have received the Christos. And the Christos is when you get access to Zeus, Jesus. And so you get access to the primal fundamental aspect, the first impression of consciousness in the form that is the perfect state. And this perfect state can then be embodied and taken through our daily maneuvers. But that is a recognition that the mentalist sphere is the totality of being, but in such a way that it's an embodied experience. So in this way, the Sasra chakra represents that 1,000 petals, represents the Christos, the anointed, and the Iesias, the Jesus, which is essentially what we're talking about when we speak about that. Because obviously there was a person called Emmanuel on earth. There was never anyone called Jesus during the time of the Romans, ever. It says in the Bible, the name was Emmanuel. So later translations, they try to change the name, but that name came later after the Greeks had basically taught us about the Mithraeus tradition and changed the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday, because Mithraeus was the avatar that discovered Zeus, and obviously Zeus was the deity ruling over Mithraeus, and Ea was a term of praise, still used in ancient Greeks. It's also a name of the Sumerian Enki. One of Enki's Akkadian names is Ea. So when you go into the Akkadian traditions, you'll see that the name Ea is actually talking about Enki. So this is one of the first fundamental brothers that we hear, like we're going right back to the Sumerian. But anyway, we're getting sidetracked. That basically is the principle of the Sasra chakra. And the principle of Sasra chakra is only opened when you reach full samadhi. And full samadhi is when you're leaving your body in order to be reabsorbed back into the mentalist sphere, which is that pure mind state of consciousness, which is that substance that everything else is swimming in. Anyway, there's my 2 cents worth.
I have to go after this, but I'm going to ask you a question because I'm going to watch this anyway after you guys are done. But I love what you said. You said a lot. You said a whole lot. I wanted to bring a Christian perspective to the colostrum and the oils and the juices or whatever you were mentioning. It's kind of like how in Moses' time, Exodus, they explain that we're going to leave Mithraim, which is bondage to the land of milk and honey. I forgot how to say milk in Hebrew, but dabash is honey, and that's what they're explaining. What you meant. That's pretty cool. That is in there. And also in Egypt, they have a name for Aten, who is the top god or whatever in their idea, which is hidden. It's called Isu, which represents, like you said, that colostrum oil going down, the anointing. Same name as Jesus or whatever. It's pretty interesting. But my question that was more important to me, is when you take the Hermetic principles, especially mentalism, which sphere in the Kabbalah would that be? Is that Cathar, or like? Because when I look at it, the 7 principles, I think about how the Hebrew people explain the principles, which is God explains it like a garden, and heaven, Shamayim, is the top, And then, but after Shamaim, there's the cloud. And I'm wondering, is the cloud the mental sphere, or the mental principle, or is the heavens the mental principle? Because when I connect it to Norse, they have Asgard as the top, and Asgard is like the 1,000-petal lotus. And I'm wondering, what do you think? But I'm gonna go. You can answer with everybody else. I'll re-listen. I love you guys. Have a nice day.
Love you, brother. Join us later if you get time. Om Shanti. Thank you for joining us. Bless you.
Thanks, Quincy. I wanted to tie back to something that Quincy had mentioned earlier. He was talking about how we are ruled by the gods, being the planets above. And this kind of reminded me of the principle of harmony, which Terence McKenna mentions, but it ties back to the goddess Harmony. And her name refers to the goddess of fate or destiny, but they say that her name itself is a ontological description of how she was seen. But if you break down the word hey in Hebrew, or hai as the word begins, can represent thread, fence, or window. And the idea of this principle is that by our connection to the stars, and the planets, there's weak connections that create idiosyncrasies or defects in our character. And so by our understanding our weaknesses and having true self-knowledge and understanding, we can overcome the ruling of the lords of the stars and the planets that they hold over us. So Marm, in the middle of her name, the etymology of that goes back to madam. So, and then Oni at the end, the suffix refers to one, some, or many, no matter how much or many, or which kind or quantity. So it kind of refers to understanding our fate as it's expressed from our connection through the window of the heavens with the fence of the planets that surrounds us, and our connection with that fence through the threads. So I wanted to touch in with that. And also, when we were talking about the mind, it made me think of the seer within. In meditation, we try to get out of the monkey brain where we have these circling thoughts of the self mind. And you can eventually step back and be able to watch yourself from outside of that mind and be able to let those thoughts pass. And that's how you can go into a higher state of consciousness. Now, this higher state of consciousness is facilitated well through breathing exercises, because the Christos that comes down from the pituitary also is formed in the lungs. The DMT in our body, a lot of which is formed in the lungs, then rises up to the brain and then descends back down. And so through the breath, we have that connection. And the seer within is watching from beyond. It's like a mind with which we could watch from a state of neutrality and see our own feelings and thoughts. It's a powerful mind. I just wanted to mention that mind.
I wanted to provide a little bit of a different example. So I think a lot of times about how do I distill this down to what is it like for the individual to actually embody the experience and kind of simplify it. Because for me, the technical terms is a little bit like comes like a Maya to me in my experience, and I kind of have a hard time working the technical specs. Kind of like an engineer. So you have like an engineer who might know all the technical specs about how to build something, but once they get out to the field, they can't actually construct or turn the wrench to design, what they could do on a computer or talk about all the math aspects. So I try to figure out what's the individual experience. And when I think of how I experience the mind, we normally think of it just as the brain, but I feel like I have a mind aspect in both my heart, my brain, and my gut. And if I lean too much into just focusing on the brain, it can be deceptive, and I can tell myself a story that isn't real. So I really have to be careful to balance the heart and the brain and the gut, and even the spirit seems to have its own mind, and then that way I can embody a properly oriented mind. And one of the things I noticed that I was able to do once I started to, I'd say, become more well practiced and have more experiences, I was able to kind of project my mind or my consciousness into other creations. And I'd go through an exercise of, well, what would it be like if my consciousness was a tree? And what would that experience be like if I had to be rooted in the same place and weather the seasons and not be able to move for hundreds of years? Or even like this morning, I saw a squirrel out, and the little squirrel is, you could think of the squirrel, oh, it's just a little squirrel and dismiss it, but the squirrel has a mind and experience of its own, and it can run from one branch, and the brave little squirrel can just like leap from the top of a tree, which in comparison to me is like jumping from one skyscraper, onto a flagpole of another skyscraper, and like the bravery and the thrill that this squirrel might experience. And so when I think of imagination and mentalism, it's kind of like being able to project that something exists that doesn't actually exist in my present state. It's like a recipe for creation and destruction of new forms. And so I thought of a funny example. It's just like making tacos. So like I always make tacos with the same 3 ingredients, it creates a repeatable experience. But if I imagine that I might enjoy a different taste and different experience, well, maybe I'll go out and find a new ingredient to add to my creation, and then I'll come up with an entirely new experience. But it has to be imagined first, and then I have to be, I guess, in a submissive enough state that I might enjoy a new experience better than the old. And I like what Indy was saying about the witness too, because I noticed I was in this very dualistic pattern where everything was just kind of 1 or 2. It's just, it has to be this way, and then everything else is against me. So it's either I'm reacting to something, but then eventually I could kind of move outside of the 1 and 2 and start to develop this third witness type form and notice the different forces and powers that are coming in to create the mental structure that I'm actually observing things from. And also having that kind of conception of God determines the mental state that I'm in. So I can have, like early on, I think a lot of people have the kind of like conception of God as a get you God. So like, oh, God is this authority and you've got to do this, or God's going to get you and go to hell. And that changes the mental structure of how I view and operate reality with, versus if I view that maybe there's a divine kind of cosmic consciousness that operates beyond a duality, then there's a whole different experience that can be had where it's much more loving and is able to move from the different polarities, and that changes the mental structure that I have, and then I can either move towards or away from the divine cosmic structure. And testing it out, I think, on how I interact with people. So if I try to have an authority over somebody else, like, oh, you've got to do this, like I'm a boss, you've got to do this or you get fired, it's kind of like the get you God. Well, people don't respond very well to that, and it diminishes the kind of the sacred communion I can have with another person's. But if I can transcend that and see them as an extension of myself and have love and understanding of their perspective, well, then this creates a different dynamic and flow, and I can take that to the divine structure, and that changes how I interact with the cosmic consciousness. And that's what I wanted to say.
That's beautiful, brother. And I see exactly where you're coming from. Anybody else want to respond? I don't want to hog the space.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning the heart mind. In Taoism, they consider the heart to be the second mind. But recent studies have found that the heart actually contains 40,000 neurites. neurons, part of the central nervous system, reside in the heart. And so in meditation, we say that when we go into the heart space, we go into a space, an intuitive space, where we reach a higher state of consciousness, where we're not experiencing the tricks of the mind.
That's interesting, and one thing I'm also want to point out. It's been very badly translated, so unfortunately, there's a lot of books that are probably going to talk a lot of nonsense. They speak about the Manipura chakra being the lower mind, and like lower mind, higher mind. We don't have enough words for mind in English. That's what it is. It's like this is just mind, but we should have different words. So that's why I distinguish between the mental sphere of mind and the individual mind. I think it's probably a better way of that. Our individual mind is within a greater mind, and that greater mind that we're in is a universal mind, and it's a universal field of thought. And our personal mind is like a little vessel, a raindrop within the ocean of that small mind, experiencing our little crispy little bits of thoughts as they flow through us rhythmically. Thoughts move in rhythm. This is another thing to understand. You can use the rhythm of your thoughts to go into a trance. In fact, that's what dhyana is. So the rhythm of your thoughts are moving in a state of rhythm. And because thoughts are moving in a state of rhythm, there's a cause and effect that bounces off the thoughts, because the thoughts trigger responses in our emotional body, which we then feel, which becomes a passion or a desire. Passion being strength that we can tap from, desire being an extension that we must move towards. There's the polarity of the heart being expressed. So when we speak about the polarity of the heart and the polarity of the mind, the heart, everything's inverted between the etheric and the astral. There's an inversion that happens. So the astral is thus brought into our hearts, and the lower etheric we experience as our minds. And the reason for this is quite interesting. It's once again what we're talking about, this connection with the principle of rhythm, with the principle of vibration. And the rhythm of our thoughts is what circulates through our head, one after another, and they move in their particular timing. And the rhythm of your thoughts becomes the algorithms of your brain. So is your brain vibrating, resonating with an algorithm of 15 hertz? Then that's got to do with the rhythm of your thoughts. If you're angry or upset, you'll be resonating with 30 hertz, 25 hertz, 28 hertz, 30, 35 hertz. You're freaking out. You're having like a nervous breakdown. 40 hertz, you're basically a danger to society. 45 hertz, 50 hertz, they should put you in a padded cell. Because you're going to hurt someone. If not yourself, you're going to definitely hurt someone. So this frequency of rhythm dictates the resonance of our thoughts, which has got to do with the arcing of the way it was so beautifully put out. I think it was you that mentioned it earlier, Jeremy, that when you're thinking, it's like the thought comes from two places. It's like an arc. It's like a current arcing, like this. Zoom. And that little baby thought that we experience is that little arcing between these two things. And so these thoughts are going like rhythmic, ding, 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 ding. When you're in a deep meditative state, your algorithms can go till 8, 7. If they go beneath 7, you're going into alpha consciousness. If they go from 7 to 6 to 4, you're out of your body. You're flying. So the whole point of the drum, why do shamans play the drum? The point is to slow down the algorithms of our thoughts so that those neuro algorithms can go from 12 hertz, 10 hertz, 8 hertz, 7 hertz, 6 hertz, 5 hertz, 4 hertz, and look, I'm out of my body. That's the whole purpose of shamanism. So the only reason for the drum is to slow down your algorithms of your thoughts. And rhythm is how that's achieved, because rhythm represents your thoughts. So this connection with the Manipura as being what is called the lower mind in those badly translated books by people translating Vedic stories. And unfortunately, it's like a pattern. Sorry. But you just got to, instead of thinking lower mind, think of individual mind that is within a greater mind. Then it's like a drop of water in the ocean. It's a better metaphor, I think, for understanding the principle of mind. So it's all inverted. So the what we feel in our heart is actually the sphere of the astral sphere, which encompasses that. Which is okay, what is 4D, 5D, 6D, 7D? What are these new age people going on about? They're all singing the song of 4, 5, 6, 7D, but most of them don't know what they're talking about.
If I could interject real quick.
Yes.
I have to take off and do the things. But as you were speaking, and you touched upon it with the hertz, I believe. But the thought that I had was that your thoughts have tone, and I drew that from listening to someone talk about dreams and how dreams have tone. And it's like like you might be having negative thoughts, right? And each of those little negative thoughts you could like grab onto and then build a whole terrible reality out of. But I think when it comes for me, at least, when it comes to the negative thoughts, I try to just take it as a whole. Okay, it's like all these thoughts, they have this tone, and how do I change this tone? Because I don't want to be here, right? Now there is a utility in observing the thoughts as a whole, as they come in, and picking little pieces off and being like, okay, there's a thread that goes right here, and I need to go there. But I'm sure everyone has had the experience of maybe you're lying in bed at night and you're having life review, and it's sometimes it's going somewhere you don't necessarily need to go anymore, right? And the drum, like you said, if you bring that, I can bring that drum in, and I can tap something out, and that rhythm will kind of just even out that tone. And that could just I don't want to fly or go anywhere else. I just want to even out that tone, and you feel a lot better. I just wanted to mention that. I have to take off and do my stuff. I might be back later, and hopefully I'll see you all then.
See you, Jeremy. I just wanted
Big
to give
love
Jeremy
to you,
a
brother.
shout out too.
Big love.
He made this drum
Thank you.
for me right here.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah, hit that thing.
wonderful drums.
Nice. Okay, guys, take care.
Big love, brother.
See ya.
See you later. Om Shanti. I'd love to throw that question on the table. I'd love to see what you guys make of it.
What was the question again?
That's a really good question. That's a really good question. Maybe someone in the audience might remember what the question was, but I think it was why. Anyway, we'll just continue with the flow. I think it might be a good idea to also progress, unless somebody has more to say about the principle of mentalism, to progress to the principle of correspondence. Because when you speak about correspondence, you have to speak about mentalism as well, because they're all connected. This is the beauty of these 7 principles. They're all sort of interwoven into each other. What do you guys say?
Correspondence, kind of like association. Like it's an interesting exercise to sort of think about, like you think about an image and then you think about what image you associate with that image, and then you take that image and then you find another association. You kind of like, and if you kind of like play attention, you kind of develop like a sort of like a big like kind of like spider web of different associations. So the idea is that, you know, I guess in the magic system I'm working on is the idea is that if you want to manifest something into reality, it's like ideas sort of have chains. They have these sort of like streams. So for example, like you think of an apple, and then you think apple tree, and then you think of a tree. Well, a tree obviously exists on the earth, so there's going to be grass around. And then you think, oh, there's a sky, and then you start thinking of squirrels, and you see your mind just keeps, and these thoughts just keep generating almost automatically, in a sense. Like sometimes you'll think of it and they'll just like, they'll just sort of pop up like mushrooms, just sort of growing around that. And like, and so the idea is in Zarfexology, which is the system I'm working on, like everything has a sort of like a relational location in mind space. So if you think about numbers, for example, like, you know, obviously in mind space, the numbers 1 and 2 are closer together than 1 and 17. And or if you think about association, something like a fruit is are closer to other fruits than perhaps vegetables. And the idea with this the magic system I'm working on is that if you have some kind of a manifestation, something you want to manifest into the world, is you want to make that chain of association as small as possible. So there's not as much interference in the sort of the stream of mind. And because if you think about like thoughts, that's the whole idea of Zarfexology, is there's an actual distance between ideas. Like some ideas are closer to other ideas in mind space. And so magic seems to me is about how do I make that distance as short as possible in this higher dimensional space. Oh, the 4-5D 6D question. Actually, I kind of want to get into that because higher dimensions is kind of like what I've been working on. So in order to understand 4D, the higher dimensions, we first have to understand the lower dimensions. And I think like Carl Sagan kind of like went onto this with this whole idea of the cube and the tesseract. So if you think about a first dimensional plane, you have a single line that goes infinitely to the left and the right. And so, but then you think of the second plane is now you have a vertical dimension. And in the sense that what that vertical dimension is you're taking that one-dimensional plane and you're stacking it on top of it infinitely in both directions, creating a two-dimensional plane. Likewise, if we create a three-dimensional plane, you can think of it as like, here's the way I think about the three-dimensional plane. You think of it as like a cube, but made of a bunch of like flat sheets of paper sort of stacked on top of it, an infinite number of two-dimensional realms stacked to make a three-dimensional cube. So the idea with the fourth dimension then is that you have to conceptualize it as an infinite number of three-dimensional realms. So like if you could think of like each little iteration being like a kind of a three-dimensional infinite hamster wheel that just kind of goes on forever. And then the fourth dimension is kind of realizing there's a bunch of hamster wheels.
Could I add something?
Sure.
Could you conceptualize this infinite number of, or seemingly infinite number of three-dimensional proverbial pages as a flow of time?
You know, I think the thing with time is that, you know, if you think of like a cartoon or like a two-dimensional plane, time can still progress in a two-dimensional plane. So I think of time as actually having its own kind of dimensional axis, and higher dimensional time is something I've also been studying. So there's dimensions of space and there are dimensions of time. And because so space dimensions represents kind of just the actual object, and time is sort of how that space is animated, because like time is what allows things to be animated, and without time everything is just frozen. So and then so I guess the best way to kind of conceptualize the fourth dimension in a more kind of or a more practical way is, instead of thinking of an infinite number of three-dimensional planes, just think of two three-dimensional planes that are linked together. And if you can kind of understand the in-between space between those two three-dimensional coordinates, if you will, you then can actually start to gain a more intuitive understanding of what the fourth dimension is like and how it operates. And obviously, with the fifth and sixth dimensional, you just apply basically the same principle, but scale the dimensions upward. So that's my thought on the higher dimensions. If anybody has any other questions for me, more than happy to answer.
I would go, but I look at the two-dimensional, and then I see a lot of two-dimensionals, and the two-dimensionals are expanding outwards towards a hidden dimension, which we didn't see when we were in two-dimensionality. And only then do we realize that that two-dimensionality has a whole nother dimension of it. I literally see time as the fourth dimension, and that it's actually the human experience that creates the flow of time. But time is within itself that hyperdimensionality of possibility of the three-dimensional zone expanded out towards infinite other three-dimensional zones. And that at any point in time, our consciousness is jumping through this dimension of time, choosing which three-dimensional dimension to be experiencing. So you've got this three-dimensional space, and then you've got this four-dimensional time zone, but the consciousness can't hold all of that in. It's too much. So the time dimension is an infinite series of three dimensions, three-dimensional spaces, all bound in a single space, if you can consider that. And the mind is then having to jump between different bits of the three-dimensional spaces, and it jumps in patterns in order to experience. And because it's jumping in patterns through this different aspects of this a multiverse of three-dimensional spaces, it creates this simulacrum experience of time, which we code in our minds and in our consciousness in order to give a conducive sense of flow. But I see that as being the fourth dimension. And then when I look at the fourth dimension of time, then I think, well, what encapsulates the dimension of time? And so time represents the etheric sphere. And the etheric sphere is, in its roots, it consists of cause and effect, Manipura chakra and Muladhara chakra in terms of the physiognomy. So there's three triangles. There's the lower triangle from the Kabbalah, and this is sort of going to tie into what Quintavious was asking about, the three triangles. So the first triangle, the supernal triangle, but that's separate. It recreates itself below the abyss to form the astral triangle. And the astral triangle recreates itself below the firmament to recreate itself as the etheric triangle. So there's three separate triangles. But those three triangles are also part of one cosmic triangle, encapsulating a triangle, triangle, and triangle, which is the numerations of 9, which is why the tree of life comes into being at all. So we think of the tree as being a single structure, but it's actually three things, and that there are only three things, and those three things repeat themselves 3 times. So we've got the numbers 9, and so the numerology comes into effect, 9, and 0 is the the substance from which all the numerations, the feminine, from which all the masculine numerations draw their essence in order to map out reality. So then we look at the etheric zone as being a reflection of Saturn. Saturn is the Lord of Time. And the Lord of Time thus finds its extension through the rhythm. And the principle of rhythm, obviously being the Lord of Time's vehicle of choice, is how the flow moves through us. And once again, it's the rhythm of the thoughts that gives us access to the rhythm of time. And when the thoughts slow down enough, this time dissolves, because that's all the rhythm of the thoughts, time. And we actually step out of this into the etheric sphere, the true sphere of time, and we notice time. And in the etheric sphere, we can see time in a different way. Time moves in a different way. And from the etheric sphere, I would call that 5D. We can then travel through the etheric sphere and realize that this is encapsulated within another sphere. And when we move into that sphere, we move into the sphere of pure energy, because the etheric sphere is not a sphere of energy, it's a sphere of form. And it's all the various possibilities of form compounded, binding physical for 3 dimensions in the 4th dimension of time. And that time is thus bound in the etheric sphere, which encapsulates the whole structure. And so then we look at the astral sphere as being the emotional sphere, which surrounds, which is even another abstraction because it's infinite spheres of thought all at the same time in such an abstract way. What is an emotion? An emotion is an interesting form of thought if you consider how it works and what it is. It's so broad, it's so big, you can't put your finger on it, because at any point that you try and zone in on an emotion, you're only seeing like a tiny little hair on its back. The emotion is such a big thing. You can't actually encapsulate it. Thoughts, you can sort of zone in on thoughts and get the structure and the shape of the thought and understand this is the thought form. And we can view the thought forms on the etheric plane. We can literally look at them. They are like geometric structures. They're beautiful to look at. So when we're in the astral field, it's so broad that it encapsulates whatever we can wish for it to become, because we're so close to the mentalist sphere that the emotions are basically building around us reality. So I would just consider this as being the hyperdimensional space of the 6th D, which is the energetic reality that encompasses the etheric reality. So when we're talking about Egyptian or land of Kim, we're talking about the physical body, and the physical body is within the body of the Ka, the etheric body, the 5th dimensional consciousness. And the 5th dimensional consciousness is within the Ba, the 6th dimensional consciousness, which is an emotional body. And this body, emotion meaning the energetic body that we can feel through, which is why heart is such a more encompassing state of consciousness to be in, rather than just following our thoughts, which cycle around in the patterns of Saturn. And when we go into the 6th dimensional, we can transcend that into the causal field, and the causal field contains everything, and that's the 7D. So the 7D is the causal field, and that is binding within it the astral field, and that is binding within it the etheric field. 7, 6, 5. And then this physical reality is not a 3-dimensional reality, it's a 4th dimensional reality. If it were 3-dimensional reality, it would be static. But it's not, because 3 dimensions means static. It means it just is what it is. But there's more going on here. There's one 3-dimensional reality, another 3-dimensional reality, another 3-dimensional reality, another 3-dimensional, and they're all moving through each other. And because they're all moving through each other, the experience of time comes into being. And all these 3-dimensional shapes crashing into each other, moving through each other, creates the confluence of time and causal effects of time as we can experience it, because we're literally jumping from this 3-dimensional reality to this 3-dimensional reality. Then we're jumping between this 3-dimensional reality to this 3-dimensional. Then we're jumping from here to here to here, and we're jumping between all these realities consistently. And that jumping between all these realities we see as the flow of moments. And so mom meant, mom end, moment, moment. Give me one moment. So mom, your mother, the moment you're in, that reality ends and you're in the next moment, the next reality. So every moment is a different reality, and they're all sort of flowing through each other, because that is the nature of 4D. It's something that's so far to transcend, and we cannot even imagine what this 5D represents in the etheric field. Because in the etheric field, we are now outside of time. And we're looking into time from the outside. We're not even bound now by 3-dimensional space or by the principle of the 4th dimensional time. We're in a whole different flow. Time doesn't exist for us in the same way. We can see the future and the past to a certain degree in the etheric, because our consciousness is looking from a different vantage. And from that vantage, we can travel anywhere at thought, anywhere we want. And we can interact with anyone we want anywhere on Earth at thought. And we can travel into the past and we can travel into the future in thought. Because the future moment and the past moments are all right here. So in the fifth dimensional consciousness, you're actually able to travel into the past and into the future. And when we transcend that, we go into the to the pure state of pure energy. Then we no longer even have bodies or form. We are now pure energy, and everything's just energy. And the energy is shaping around our consciousness to the point where we can conceptualize any form of reality that we can consider, which transcends even this reality and all of these realities, even from other realities or from different universes or places we've been before our soul took, before our soul vehicle came into this fiction of reality, whatever you want to call it. So that emotional state is so much more profound than what we consider it to be. People think of as emotions as just being little things that people speak of their feelings when they're speaking about emotions. And so that feeling is the energetic reality of the astral. It's a sphere of pure feeling, and all of our feelings are externalized. And in the state of the primordial state, the 7D consciousness, we transcend everything. That's Sasra Chakra. That's life and death. We transcend life. We transcend death. We transcend time. We can see into all the heavens, all the lokas, all the other states of reality. We can see them all because we're in such a hyperdimensional space that contains all the other hyperdimensional spaces that aren't even hyperdimensional in a year. So it's such a space that we can't even begin to really talk about 7D because it's just so abstract. 6D is so abstract we can't really talk about it. 5D we can sort of start to conceptualize. 4D, well, that's what we're living in. That's my understanding of 4D, 5D, 6D, 7D, as I've understood it. And another thing was with the Akash. The Akash is that place that you're talking about from my perspective, which is that 7D consciousness is all the gaps between. The moment we're going into all those gaps between, that's the mentalist sphere. That's like that. Everything is encapsulated within that sphere of pure thought being the substance of all being. Anyway, that's one potential model to look at things through. And I think that, you know, that's probably just the beginning idea. There's probably so much more to it that we will discover as we go into them more deeply, into understanding and experiencing these hyperdimensional spheres. I noticed once when I was in the astral plane for 6 hours, I swear I thought I'd lived there for about 6 months to a year. I had accepted my death so long ago because my heart had stopped. I could sense my body far away and the heart had stopped. And I was like, damn, the heart stopped. So I didn't think I was going to ever be alive again. I thought that was it. I thought they were going to go find my body and put it in a morgue and tapped out. And I had to live a whole reality. I had to live a whole life without a body, without a form, a formless existence. You don't want to be trapped on the astral plane because it's the fastest way to find your way straight into the eighth sphere, straight to the duat that is spoken of. It's like a drain pipe of the existence. You can get sucked into that no man's land. And in no man's land, it's a very shockingly frightening experience. Yeah.
It's kind of interesting when you bring up the whole idea about sort of losing your body when you sort of leave the physical realm. There's a lot of people who I think in some occult magical practices, and this is something that I've been working on as well, is the building of your astral body has been a very interesting practice in learning to not just developing your astral sight, but your astral touch, your astral smell. And when you start to really kind of like build your astral body, you start to see how nature is sort of like, you think of it like, you know, nature existing in the physical realm, but in the same sense that like a plant will kind of grow weeds and vines will sort of like, you know, creep into other spaces around it. Nature kind of creeps into the astral plane in the same way. So I think that the idea of sort of building an astral body by basically kind of learning to sort of like use your senses. You're kind of like, you know, doing the thing where you go to the doctor and they put a hammer to your knee and you test your reflexes. So that's something that I've been really interested in. And random question, Shaman. This is just a total non sequitur, but what's your favorite musical note? I don't think it's a question most people ask other people, but I've always been fascinated by that idea in terms of like understanding music, that we have a kind of a bass note that really like sort of is sort of the reflection of our soul, and that the songs that we like or enjoy harmonize with that sort of soul tone. So for example, I would say my favorite note is A sharp or B flat. It's like a so anything that has like that in tone in the key, or that's something that makes me feel good, and something that's like very, you know, is dissonant with that tone is something that makes me maybe not feel as good, but it's a different kind of feeling. So I'm kind of curious about that, or, you know, anybody else in the chat can answer that question themselves too. It's a fun thing to think about.
Yeah, I invite you all to consider that. That's a really good question. I don't have one. That's a thing. You asked me what's my favorite color. Ooh, I did name my dog Indigo. One of my dogs gives you a pretty good hint. But I also love the color violet. Like, you know,
I guess I could rephrase the question as not so much your
but
favorite note, but the one where you really feel like you're at home, like you just feel
well,
it's like you can fall asleep to it. Essentially, you're just so relaxed. So I
that's
noticed
just
with
it.
some tones,
I've got
some
two.
tones I feel relaxed, and other tones make me feel tense. Go on, sorry I interrupted you.
It's definitely A bending into A sharp, but one of them, A going into A sharp. There's something about that A going to A sharp tone, the semitones in that range, that speaks to me a lot.
Oh.
And then another one that
about,
speaks to me a lot is E. E.
Hmm.
E speaks to me a lot, and A speaks to me a lot, and A sharp speaks to me a lot. But even ranging between A and A sharp, in other words, I think I'm somewhere between A and A sharp, that both A and A sharp apply to me, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but I guess I also think that
E.
Because A sharp kind of performs a perfect fifth with the note F, that note also has a strong resonance to me because it harmonizes with that. I guess you could think of it like almost like what's the key of music that you play and that you bring into the world?
There's a lot of E, there's a lot of A, there's a lot of A sharp. Most of my music is written of E and A sharp and A.
And I know I've talked at length about my synesthesia in my past, but do you ever like link certain tones with certain colors? Because I think in terms of occultism, that's a very important to have that association. So, for example, A sharp for me is also the color yellow, which is one of my favorite colors, and the note F is purple. And it's interesting that you say that you resonate with the note E. For me, that note evokes a feeling of greenness. And I know you're really into shamanism and nature. So that kind of actually makes sense for you specifically.
That's quite interesting. For me, when I think of A sharp, I think of the complementary color. Yeah?
You mean like a secondary color?
Yeah. So you said A sharp for you is yellow. Is that right?
Yeah, like a primary color, I would say.
Yeah. Now, for
like
me, A
orange,
sharp
purple, and green
is the complementary color of yellow.
Ah, okay.
In other words, it absorbs everything that yellow reflects and reflects everything that yellow absorbs. There's something quite in this complementary color story. So if you put yellow and violet together, yeah, they become white light.
Interesting.
What a concept.
Yeah.
They cancel each other out. Color. So That's why they're complementary. So that's quite interesting that we're seeing the complementary color. I think the one is a feminine edge of it and the other one's a masculine edge of it, if that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So A sharp definitely represents that for me. B will represent for me like a magenta color. E for me will represent a yellow color. You say it represents green. When I hear the color E, it makes me think of the sun. Makes me think of the sunshine. And so I've always, like, when I'm playing off E, I'll often be singing about the sun. It just happens. I've noticed, like, hey, E makes me think. When I'm playing off A sharp or even A, I tend to be talking about very mystical stuff. Highly mystical.
That's interesting. Yeah, for me, like I don't necessarily like B that much because for me it evokes a kind of like a gloomy beige. See, some notes actually don't evoke pretty colors for me. Some of them are kind of like, ugly or gloomy, like an F sharp kind of has is like a dark angry red. And so when I hear that note, it kind of makes me, even if it's like something that's like a song that's like in a happy like key, it still creates an unpleasant feeling for me. I don't know. It's very sort of like I feel like tense when I hear that note. Whereas if I hear like the note middle D, it's like a very calming blue, like deep blue. Like I associate the note D with the sky or the ocean.
So you say F sharp for you brings that red color. I see the complementary of that color for F sharp. Isn't that funny? And that deep, hard red becomes an emerald green, complementary color. Isn't that fascinating?
Yeah. See, I'm developing this theory that if you want to understand sort of the nature of one's soul or one's aura, you should understand what type of musical tones do you most resonate with. And my theory is that, let's say, like I said before, like you resonate with the note that evokes the feeling of blue, and that's like your deepest like connection. That's like you really feel a strong connection to that particular frequency. Well, that then would suggest you would have some kind of like your soul has some kind of blue aura, or that's the nature of your specific sort of consciousness. And that by kind of like figuring out what frequencies your consciousness sort of resonates with, you can start to understand the nature of your consciousness and its sort of unique properties and its unique modes of perception. And yeah,
that's interesting. That's fascinating. Like my mom, I always saw my mom resonating with C, and to me C represents red.
Interesting. C for me is like like an orange, like a deep like an orange. And I say A would probably be red for me. It's interesting, like, and you think too, like, because I noticed that, with synesthesia, people have very different color associations. Like for me, D is blue, but for someone else, it could be like pink or brown or red or something like that. And I kind of also, I wanted to get like a survey of data, like what are the most common like color associations that people have with certain notes. I think that could really be an interesting way to sort of understand human consciousness and how it works.
This is very interesting because for you, D represents blue. For me, D represents the complementary color of blue, orange. So we like tapping all these complementary colors. That's quite interesting. Like you're seeing what the color's reflecting. I'm seeing what the color's absorbing. Does that make any sense to you?
Kind of.
So the one is what it's absorbing, the one is what it's putting out. So a complementary color will be exactly opposite. It's like your right hand and your left hand are complementary. They fit onto each other. Perfect.
I think I get what you're saying now with the idea of like you kind of like you take it in versus you complement it out, because sometimes it's like it's if you think of it in almost way, it's kind of like food. Like you need a certain astral energy. Like you think about certain animals that they have a certain diet. Some animals they eat meat. Some animals eat plants. Some organisms absorb sunlight, and each one of them has a unique sort of diet that is required for their type of body and that type of organism. And I think in the same way, in regards to our astral body, different astral bodies require different astral nutrients. So some people, there's certain colors that people like, they need to kind of absorb into their being to truly feel like at home with who they are and what they are. And I lost my train of thought there. But when it comes to like, you know, color and sound, you know, it's like you're trying to figure out, where am I going with this thought of consciousness? Oh, my mind just went blank there. But the idea is that, you know, I've been thinking about in terms of like, you know, development in one's life. Like, why do we like certain pieces of music? And the common theory that, you know, most people will say, it's like, oh, it's because you remembered it in your childhood, and then you've built that association based on past experiences, or you associate, you know, like let me see, you like a certain song because it reminds you of a good time in your life or something. But I have a different theory. I think that it's based on the thing that I've been talking about, and I think that what kind of music that really truly resonates us is not conditioned by time at all, because our soul and our consciousness is outside of time. So to me, that sort of musical color theory resonating with the color soul is a way to understand how we appreciate the music and the colors we like. That's not based on this sort of model of sort of linear causality where we start off as these total blank slates, and then life and society just kind of like adds paint to the canvas. I kind of come from more of the point of view that when we come to this world, there's already the painting has already been painted. I don't think we're born a blank slate. I think there's something about us that is sort of eternal and sort of beyond the there's an aspect of ourselves that's beyond the sort of the karma cosmic flow of linear time. So what I like to do is I think of music that I enjoy both now as an adult, but I also enjoy as a child, or I think about things that, because if you think about what's part of you is eternal and what part of you is sort of temporary and fleeting and illusory, look at the things that resonate with you throughout the entire course of your life. The things that, you know, when you were a baby to the crib to where you are now, where the parts of you that didn't change. And I always think that's very interesting versus the parts of you that have changed, the parts of you that don't resonate with you, the part that, you know, you see that as a phase that you used to like that thing, but because you changed to become a different person, now, you know, you don't like that thing. And that is, I think, how you can distinguish parts of you that is the real you versus the parts of you that are the false you, by having that kind of energetic sort of nexus as a sort of a template and a device to sort of understand, you know, an accurate perception of who you are. I'll stop there.
I would add to that, and I would say that because we're actually getting deep into the second principle of Hermes, correspondence, because we are now noticing the correspondences between our different perspectives of color, and that my perception of color corresponds to yours in complementary tones, which is really fascinating. It says a lot about like the masculine, feminine balances within our shell of our auric layers, the polarization, repolarization. Each repolarization aspect of ourselves is tuned to masculine, feminine tones. And so we're obviously tuned to different polarities in some way, which is why we're experiencing different polarities of certain things on certain fields, certain aspects, which is, to me, showing the correspondences between things, how they're connected. And that's quite interesting, because what adds into what you just said now about how, what is there that has stayed with you through your life? Though another way to add to that might be to consider, what is the correspondence between what you've become and what you were? So what has stayed? What hasn't moved? What has moved, to try and understand that what has moved is the same thing, but different degrees of it. if that makes any sense. So everything is really fundamentally the same as other things. We just can't see it because the distinctions of differentiation shield our eyes from noticing that everything is the same fundamental correspondence, and they all fit together. And the fact that we've become what we've become is no chance. It's no rolling of the dice, so to speak. It's all carefully coordinated fate and time based on our causal choices and the effects of our causal choices and how it's affected us and how we've become what we are. So that's quite interesting to look at what we've become, the new qualities we've taken on, the new things we've become attuned to, and to understand that there's a causal connection. Like Mexico was saying that long-standing blue addict, but her friend says she's orange, or blue and orange are complementary colors. You see, so this is interesting because orange is Mercury from my perspective. So when I think of the colors, I think of orange, I think of Mercury, Gemini. And when I think of blue, I think of Jupiter, as in Sagittarius, as in the sage Eterius. And the other aspect of Jupiter is the feminine pole of Jupiter, which is Piscis, the fish, which I see as being a combination of violet and red, combination of desire, as well as the moon's flows of energy, which is why subconscious is so well accentuated in Pisces. And so the Jupiter tone resonates with the moon's frequencies so beautifully and opens up the cavern of the moon, the mysteries of the moon, but holds a very close passion connection with the passion body and the body of desire, which is why Pisces tends to have powerful desire, powerful passions, powerful driving forces, currents, life current forces, which is healing current forces for etheric resonant frequencies that can channel through the body for healing, and that very powerful access to the subconscious, where Sagittarius, the blue color, represents the sage aspect of Jupiter from my perspective. And so when I look at orange, I see orange as being one pole and the other pole of Mercury as being a greenish yellow color, which represents information being coded and stored, to my mind, because it's the green of Saturn, which is the structuring information of the universe that builds and builds and builds and builds onto everything else, with the yellow, which is that imagination. For me, yellow represents imagination, represents the light of the sun, and the sun's power is the ability to facilitate the image, light up the image, if you will, in your consciousness and in your body, and the pure life force is coming out of that, and the life force is building the imagination energy around us, because it's all about feeling. It's all about expressing the feelings that you're feeling, the solar power. So when I look at that, I see blue and orange as being Jupiter, which is the divine sage, and orange as being Mercury. Mercury is the winged god that's got the wings on the feet and the wings on the hat. And Mercury is the one planetary influence that can both touch the physical and touch Zeus. In fact, Mercury is Zeus's messenger. So Zeus has a messenger on Earth, and he uses Mercury. Mercury travels down to Earth to fulfill the messages so that the will of Jupiter can be done. Okay, big hug and kiss. I love you more than anything in the world. Did mommy let you watch too much? Mwah. Love you more than anything. Good night, sweetheart. Sleep tight. Sorry. Mwah. I love you. Good night. Good night. Sorry, I had to. His mom let him go to sleep a bit late. It's 8:45. It's not that late. But yeah, so I don't want to get sidetracked. I don't want to go too far off. But the correspondence element, I think, is fundamental to where we're going here. Isn't it funny how we start automatically flowing into correspondences? Because correspondence is the hardest thing to put a finger on. How do things correspond to other things? It's a very abstract sense, isn't it?
It's like
And
music.
to me,
Like, if you've ever taken the time to study music theory is pretty much all about how notes correspond to other notes, learning certain like keys, learning different types of scales, or like the circle of fifths, which is used in jazz. Like that's definitely a correspondence thing. So they would basically kind of like, that's how they know how to like change keys and sort of like make it flow. You know, there's something that I've been fascinated with when it comes about color. I've been looking at all sorts of different occult systems, whether it be the Hermetic Kabbalah or the Kabbalistic Tree of Life, or basically kind of your Western ceremony. I've been fascinated with the color pink because it seems strangely absent from a lot of occult and mystical systems. But I think there's a very interesting power to it. When I think about the color pink, I think about the has anybody here seen the science fiction movie called From Beyond? It's also based on a H.P. Lovecraft short story. But whether you're not familiar with that movie, the idea of the story in From Beyond is that there's this scientist who creates this sort of machine which creates these electromagnetic frequencies which stimulate the pineal gland, and it allows them to see into alternate dimensions and physical things in this universe that were previously invisible. And the reason I mentioned pink, because the whole motif of the movie is that when the machine comes on, there's this eerie pink light that sort of shines over into the room. And to me, I think of pink as sort of like the color that goes beyond, because I notice with a lot of these systems, they tend to stop at violet, or even our color rainbow is a 7 colors. So with my magic system, it's 8 colors. So there's red, orange, yellow, green. Then you have blue, indigo, violet, and pink, which kind of creates a symmetry with the colors. Bush, I'm kind of curious on, and Indy, you can jump on this too. Like, what are your thoughts on the occult significance of the color pink? I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, pink was actually originally a boy's color. It was a lesser red back in the 20s to 40s. And also blue was a girl's color during that time. And so we've really reversed things since that time for some reason, whether it's obfuscation or just the changing of times. But, it seems to me that we've kind of lost track of the origins of pink. But I know that they also use pink in some of the incarceration centers. There's a certain shade of pink that makes people docile and feel weak. And so it kind of represents innocence, and it kind of represents the red at a lesser level, like a more tame red. And when you get into the red, it's like you're a man, and you're like, you've got the fury, you've got the testosterone, that's the red. And there's somewhat of a danger associated with red. But with the child, the pink is associated with a softness. And so now we associate it with women, and that softness has come into a new association. But it doesn't really correspond to the red as much. I feel like red is still somewhat of a masculine color. And but you guys could give me some more interpretations on this. And red and blue are associated with red with desire or appetite, and blue with higher states of consciousness, clarity, and kind of a move away from impulsive feelings and a move into more tranquil states of clarity and sight of higher principles with blue. But the merging of the red and the blue are somewhat of a divisive aspect in the occult. So when we merge the red and the blue, which are considered to be opposites, it shows a lack of integration. Two extremes have gone out to both sides away from each other. And so that's kind of what they've done with the programming of the brain for the masculine and the feminine. They've tried to push the men away from intuitive thinking by suppressing their sadness, and they've tried to push women away from analytical thinking by suppressing their anger. And so by separating us and pushing us to the extremes, we fall away from the integration, which becomes the violet, which is the sacred color of integration and the sacred union. So that's one of my takes on it. You know, this is an expansive topic, and there's so many different perspectives of colors to interpret this with. But that's something I have on pink and the alignment with blue and red.
I think that's the whole thing with the sphere of correspondence, is what it's trying to suggest to you.
Yeah,
There
and I
is
also
no
want to quickly
right or
mention
wrong.
in correspondence that the way that we see our core values, the way that we see the world has a lot to do with how we feel from within. And so when people are judging another individual or blaming someone else, oftentimes we say that they're not actually seeing other people for how they are. They're seeing a reflection of themselves. And so when we judge another person, it's because there's resonance there, and oftentimes it's the shadow pushing away this responsibility of self-mastery and giving that power away by pointing fingers outwards to others, doing things that we blame them for, which resonates with something we have harbor guilt for in our minds and our hearts. Whether we've done it or we have the inclination to do it, could be either or. But oftentimes when we start to come into self-mastery, we start to learn that these kind of distractions of judging others are just a way in which we keep ourselves in a state of denial. So when we get into that, we can come into a place where in correspondence, we realize that what we're seeing has a lot more to do with how we are within than with what we're seeing outside. And it kind of can be mystifying to understand the mysteries that go beyond the way we see things and start to see things with new eyes. Is a powerful way to do it, as the author Proust mentioned. Sorry to interrupt.
Brother Oren, I saw your screen flash up. Were you going to say something?
Oh, I can talk about correspondence a little bit. I'm not too familiar with how to define each of the different 3Ds, 4Ds, 5Ds, and everything. But the way I kind of think of it is maybe like the movement of like atoms. And so like my identity is one atom, and so I have an attachment to these different aspects of identity. And this is my name. Here's where I was born, the language I speak, my family, maybe my country, the race. This is what my diet is like, different habits, what I like and dislike. And then there's a certain attachment, I guess, to those identity roles. And then in order for me to break out of that sphere of consciousness, I've kind of got to chip away at some of those attachments and introduce new things to experiment with my identity to determine, what is fixed and what can actually move. Because I think there's some things that we need to continually tell a story about ourselves in order for that form to maintain. And so I was thinking of like different hobbies. So you think of people like motorcycles. Well, they join a motorcycle club. They wear the same colors. They'll listen to the same music, or maybe have the same hairstyle. And it's like a concentration of atoms or the people, and they're very close together. And then when we break out of that identity form and attachments, there's more space between the different places, and I feel like more free to navigate. And it can be kind of frightening to lose that concentration of identity and atoms. And you can even kind of have collisions between different identities, and it brings out new forms. And I always found it interesting as people navigate altered states of consciousness, especially with psychedelic experiences. It's like all of those atoms and identities get blasted so far apart, then they're like freaking out because they've moved so far beyond what they continually tell themselves. This is who I am. This is my consciousness and frequency. That they kind of go into like a blackout almost. They just lose the form, and they don't know who they are or who they are as a spirit that exists, that transcends a lot of those aspects, and then they come back into the form, and then they don't remember a lot of those aspects. And so I was thinking, I like correspondence as within, so without, and it's internal versus the external. And I've been thinking lately about people imagining so much about space, and like you think of the vastness of how the story is that they tell themselves about space. Earth is one planet that's in this huge solar system, and it's all these galaxies, and the dimensions are just so astronomical that I imagine it as, I need to imagine something that vast outside of me before I can imagine that kind of space being created internally. And that goes back to the blasting out of our consciousness can actually happen inside of us, and the distance traveled could be as great as people imagine externally their ideas about space.
I think a good way to make higher dimensional spaces like that easier to understand is you kind of take like that big expansive space you're talking about, and then you try to take all that data and you compress it into a smaller sphere. Just perceptually, you keep all the same data there, but you kind of like the metaphor, I think of it's like a zip file, where it's like you take this very large file that has a lot of data so that you can kind of move it, transfer it more quickly from one computer to another without a lot of download time. Then you sort of unlock the zip file and sort of open up all the files that way. And I think if you kind of compartmentalize infinity and large spaces in that way, I think understanding these extra dimensional spaces becomes a little bit more intuitive, because instead of like you're thinking of everything as like, so for example, you think of like the infinite 3D space that exists all around us. If you want to think of an extra dimensional space outside of that, what I like to do is I take that infinite black space and I reduce it in my mind to a black obsidian sphere that I can hold in my hand. And you can take all the entire infinite universe and sort of you compress it into that smaller object. And by doing that, by taking these large spaces and then compressing them into a smaller object, you then have an easier way of sort of understanding those outer spaces by taking something big and making it small. That's my input on that.
I've noticed whenever I've had the very intense plant medicine ceremonies, kind of like how Franklin was describing, even having a conception of form needs to be released as an attachment of identity. And so I've had experiences as well where by releasing all of those attachments and forms of identity, I can shift where there's such the vast amount of space where even space and time becomes its own attachment. And I need to tune into a resonance where I exist beyond that in order to move outside of the body. And then I also have to be comfortable enough to sit alone with myself in a space that I don't have no control of the space nor the time. And can I sit and be calm and patient and surrender to that, where I've had the same thing where it's like, I've had experiences where it felt like I was in eternity. Such a vast amount of time transpired that it goes beyond kind of words and conceptions. It might have been, an hour in this realm's time, but it felt like years or infinite spans of time. And to be able to sit with that and then distill back down into the etheric and kind of remember that and surrender as the atoms kind of concentrate back into the form is, I think, why people freak out and they go into the blackout mode, because they don't know who they are when they release all of those identities.
I love where this conversation's going. I just want to say a welcome to dear Soraya Nadia. She's joined us. Soraya has got a beautiful poetic zone running. She's a poetess. She writes beautiful poems. Well, she also does all sorts of other things. I've seen some beautiful art she's been drawing lately. So she's a creative of all different sorts of mediums and a creative thinker as well. And she's been doing this a little while. So she's got a sense of experience of relating to these values and ideas. and beautiful integrous sister as well. It's actually how I met her. It's how I got to know her. Got to see her integrity flowing. For those of you that don't know Soraya, she's got the let me introduce her, but she's got a beautiful poetic zone in Telegram. Last time I said it, I got it wrong, so I'm going to let her say it. Welcome, Soraya, and do please tell us a little bit about where you can be found and what you're doing. So much love. Okay. Well, maybe Soraya's not at her phone at the moment. Maybe she'll be with us in a few minutes. But I love where this conversation is going. I think it's really lovely. I think it's really on point. One thing I was going to say, correspondence is wise. I think often people in occult traditions talk about the astral body loosely. When they're speaking about an energetic body, they speak about astral. They speak about creating an astral body. I don't agree with that. Because I agree with creating an etheric body. Because the etheric body is the body of form. It's based on sacred geometry. To me, an astral body is a body of color. It's pure energy. It doesn't have a form. So I've noticed that was actually why the Bush Whisperer came into being, by the way, because I noticed there are all these gurus out there trying to talk about the astral and the etheric, and they say, well, the etheric, the astral, is just different words for the same thing. And I was like, hold a moment. That's nonsense. Anybody who's been initiated into any occult secrets, mysteries will know that that's like total nonsense. And once you start to understand this correlation between the various different systems, you start to see there's a fundamental connection here between form and energy.
You know, I think you're on to something here. I'm going to go in a second, but I wanted to make one more last comment about that. When you're talking about the idea that the etheric body is sort of like the physical form and the astral body is color. Well, when I think about color, is that color often evokes imagery. You know, if you feel a certain color, or you're thinking about a certain color, you're going to associate it with certain images. So, for example, if you're thinking about the color red, you might think about a fire truck or an Amanita muscaria mushroom, or maybe Santa Claus. And so when you think about that, that's why in my system, colors are basically kind of like considered portals, because it opens and unlocks a certain mind flow. And so when I think of that in regards to the nature of the self, it's almost like that astral color that is our astral form is sort of orthogonal or corresponds and connects to our physical form, in the sense that what our physical form is invoked from the color of our astral form, in the same way you associate certain colors with certain objects. So I wanted to because I just gotta get outside, man. It's a gorgeous day, and it's like winter's coming to an end, and so just want to say thank you, Franklin and Indy and Aaron and Soraya. Peace to you all, guys. Keep the conversation going. Always love being here.
Thank you, brother. You don't want to go out there. You don't want to miss winter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to get out there while winter's there, because soon it's going to be gone. You're going to be having to deal with spring, summer.
Yeah.
So enjoy winter while you got it.
Yeah, well, it's nice out since abnormally warm.
Bye, Cosmo.
All right.
There is something about the star fractals, isn't there? The ice fractals in winter. Like, it does something with light, doesn't it? There's like these little icicles in, and you see these little ice fractals, and the light's bending, and it's like, you're like, wow, I don't know. It's colder.
Even the perception, I think, of color, or how we relate to it on an etheric level, that has a certain polarity. And in my experience, and more of the astral, that could be a completely different polarity, where I'm not even seeing colors. Maybe I smell colors, or I can taste shapes, and the polarity switches. So I think it's important to note that might be a factor in perception that we might not account for, maybe for the person that hasn't actually experienced it. That's been how I've experienced it, at least.
I feel like snow and crystals in the wintertime are extremely magical and they rain from the sky. But I feel like there's a certain warmth to snow. Like there's a thing about rain where it's like a damp cold where it kind of chills your bones and it steals the moisture off your skin. I feel like snow doesn't really do that as much. And there's a state where you get into when it's sunny in the snow where it's really bright. And I feel like there's strong energy there. The light energy is strong in it. And if you feel that light permeating you, it's warming you from within. And if you're like running around outside and in the snow, you get to a point where you can just start to shed layers. And when I was young, I would just run around with a bathing suit on with bare feet in the snow. And it's a thing that people do is going back between the snow and the warmth. It's just magical. I love it. They do that in Scandinavia for seasonal affective disorder. It's helpful.
Yeah, I love what Aaron was saying about the reassociation, because that's what I noticed about astral field is it doesn't have the same sensual expression. To me, it's like it feels like I become the color. It's like I'm not experiencing that color as separate. I'm becoming that. That's how I experience it. And whatever I become becomes my entire reality, which is a little bit scary. Whatever I like allow myself to become, my whole reality is that. So I'm in this fluids, whatever, and it's got no form, it's got no shape. But whatever I imagine becomes an image, but the image is 3-dimensional and it's all around me. But it's got no distance, depth, or it's like a very wonky, abstract sense of being, but it's very much intensely emotional as an experience. That's what I noticed. It's a powerful emotional bandwidth of consciousness to be in. And obviously we face our joys and our fears and so much more intensely, I think, when we're in the astral, which is probably why we filter it out, because it's so intense. And from this physical reality, we're taking like little droppers of the substance instead of just opening the bottle, so to speak. Like the Amanita metaphor, just a little bit of Amanita instead of just like a main course, Amanita for what are you having for lunch? Amanita, how many? I don't know, how many can you fit on a plate, But
yeah, that's a good analogy of it too. And I think that in the etheric, we can kind of dabble in and get samples of all of these different emotional states and different forms of identity. And if we don't like one, it's a lot easier, I think, to flee to another one and stick with that and tell that story. But like in the astral, you don't have that. You've got to like pick one and you've got to be all of it. It's like all in or nothing. And it's not as easy to transmute it and shift to another one. You have to kind of like, maybe it's the polarity. You've got to lean all the way into it and fully imbibe it. And then it'll allow you to come out the other side. And then maybe you can go somewhere else. But yeah, you definitely, it's the full bottle, the full ocean, no little droplets.
yeah, the intensity of the experience, I think that's one of the reasons why these associations come to us so strongly, and why what Cosmic was saying about the things that stay with us and the things we become. I think that is a perfect way to understand the second principle in our lives, is to see what we've become and to understand how that is a different permutation of what we were. Qualities of the sameness differentiated, because that's what correspondence means. It means that everything has got a sameness that's differentiated, and this sameness to this thing is, you can see the correspondence between them. So this sameness is differentiated into that. The sameness of this has become that, but it's the same thing in a sense, but it's differentiated. And I think that correspondence is like really powerfully accentuated in the astral field, because like you say, it's not one thing or another. It's all those correspondences that fit into that thing all at once. It's not one drop out of the bottle, one drop. It's like all the drops at once. All the correspondences that fit into that emotional frequency are being experienced all at once, like the mother lode. Where in the etheric, it's like correspondence, like you get a few correspondences. In the physical, you get like one. In etheric, you get like a few. In the emotional, you're getting like a whole bucket load. When you go to the causal, you get it all at once. It's like what the astral is to the etheric upgraded to the causal, which is just like overload of downloads all coming at once. You know, I'll never forget when I had a big DMT hit, and you feel like you get hit with a hammer. And I'm not promoting entheogens because they aren't really necessarily the way. But I happened to have this big hit of particular DMT, and I felt myself hit with a hammer. Felt like a big hammer hit me. Bah, literally. And I felt myself hammered upwards to the point where it was like, how the hell? I felt like a space rocket, literally. Like I'd been shot with a catapult up into the air, and I felt myself shooting up so far. And then I was inside this Shri Yantra. If you know the Shri Yantra, it's that one with all the triangles. And I was sitting right in the middle of the smallest triangle, and there were all these triangles building out of me like prisms. And I was in the center of all of these prisms. And in that center, I could see the downloads coming. And there was like this huge 3-dimensional screen that went all around me. Kind of metaphor idea. And I could just see all the downloads coming at me at once. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is a lot of information, like all at once. And it's an overwhelming experience of how much information is. Those are all the correspondences of one thing, of one aspect of correspondence experienced simultaneously. And like the Akashic is just downloading it all at once. And it's like putting your computer onto the internet and say, okay, download everything I can. Open like 50 Google tabs and start downloading it all. Download the whole internet. And obviously your connection is just gonna, it's like it's on the verge. It's gonna be so slow because it's downloading so much information that it can't keep up with its own download. I think that's the causal sphere upgrade from the astral sphere to that point of your brain actually has to shut down because there's too much information for the physical brain to take. So you literally feel the wheels going, and the whole brain just shuts down because you can't process that quantity of information in the brain. It's just not physically possible. You've got to be outside the body because it's too much. And so this physical vehicle is a very powerful limiter. It's like a valve. It's like when you're driving a Lamborghini Countach and you can't go faster than 80 miles an hour because somebody fiddled with your engine. It's a little bit like that.
I call it the mind gate. So I like to make diagrams, and so I had the solid state where we just kind of in the same pattern, and then you can move up to like a liquid, and then that's when you're changing and kind of flowing with reality. Because then you can start to evaporate and become like this gas. Then everything funnels into this beaker, and it's got like a cap, and that's kind of like what you're describing, where all of the correspondence of everything hits, and it's just too overwhelming. Like the pressure is just completely built. And I called it a casino arcade. And it was just like the level of Maya is so intense and things make no sense that the brain is just like, it's almost like you get the choice. You can like choose to either, I'm going to entertain this and just kind of move into one, or I got to shut it off because it's just too much. And then that's when you can release the cap on the gate and then move beyond into the next form. And then maybe it's a causal, you described it. It shuts down, and then I no longer have to deal with it for the remainder of the travel, I guess.
Yeah, so this correspondences. I mean, I don't know if you guys have more you want to say about the correspondences before we move to vibration as the third aspect, the third principle. What do you guys say? Is there more we want to say about correspondences? I mean, we will say more about them because they will come up. Well, then let's move on to vibration. So vibration is the easy one. I mean, it's the one we can go on and on and on about because it's that resonant field of vibration that's moving. Everything's based upon it. Everything rests upon this vibrational field. What I noticed is what you go into deep dhyana and you follow the rhythm of your heart. You listen to the drum. Doof, 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 and it gets slower, and it gets slower, doof, doof. And your breathing, the rhythm of your breathing, you watch the rhythm of your breathing, and the rhythm of your breathing gets slower. And then you feel the rhythm of your thoughts, it gets slower. And every rhythm just slows down. And suddenly it's like you feel this potential increasing. It's like you literally feel the potential around yourself expanding. And it's vibrating more and more and more until you notice that everything's vibrating. So when we slow down the rhythm of our physical vibrations, we start to become aware of the etheric resonance, which is resonating below the firmament in resonance with the astral, which is above the firmament. So if you want to like consider it's like the physical things vibrating, then the etheric things vibrating, then the astral things vibrating, and then the causal thing is just that substance that everything's vibrating through. If that makes sense. It's such a high tone of vibration that it's almost at rest. And so this vibration is the basis of everything. And you hear it, you feel it, you see it. If you open your eyes at sunset or sunrise and you look at the trees and the plants around you, you'll notice there's this flicker rate to reality. That's the etheric. Your eyes are etheric organs. We've forgotten this. And you can see that they're vibrating. If you look at that very carefully, you'll see there's lots of little dots everywhere. Everywhere is just lots of little dots. And they're like disappearing and reappearing, disappearing, and they're doing a little dance. Everywhere there's these tiny little dots, and they're all disappearing and reappearing at their own time. But they're like the whole universe is made out of little dots. And these tiny little dots are like, if you really look at them, they're like tiny little wormholes popping in and popping out, popping everywhere, all at the same time. And so that's the vibrational field of prana, which is like permeating the whole substance of reality, connecting the astral through the etheric into the physical so that the causal can become all of this, because it is a reflection. So the vibrational sphere, what would you guys say about vibration, that continual humming?
I would say to me, it invokes the idea of Shiva, the great destroyer and creator of each moment. And it's powerful because we kind of have been coaxed to see things in a certain way where things are fixed and stuck in a certain way. And I think a lot of Native Americans and other people have said that taking a photograph can steal your soul because it kind of like crystallizes the present moment into the past and makes it stuck there. But I think if we come into a more mystical understanding, we understand that the past is not our memory of the past. We have a memory that's in the present of the past. And so there's flux, and in each moment, things are anew. So I think through understanding of vibration, we understand that things are always constantly renewed and new, perpetually new, and we're always able to transform. And so people say, I am something, but it's more of what you were or you have an aspect of. But when we think of like, what am I becoming? That can be a more powerful train of thought because we're engaging with the vibration. We're going to embrace the transformation and the changes. I pray to Shiva to embrace the transformations into each moment, to be able to change with the world around me. And I pray to Ganesha to help me remove obstacles in that journey through transformation. So I think it's a very powerful concept to embrace the ever-changing, ever-present now.
In the 7 Hermetic principles, it said that the highest vibration is vibrating so fast that it appears to be standing still, and the lowest vibration is going so slow that it practically looks like it's standing still. So it's almost like this circular type gradient, maybe a little bit with the polarity. But I think of the vibration. The first thing that came to mind was meditating on the heart space. And so normally I think of my heartbeat having a certain vibration, and it just kind of does so many beats a minute. But if I really focus in on the heart, then I can I think the heartbeat does actually slow down, but then also if my awareness is very close into it, then it removes a little bit of the time-space barrier, and so I can really feel it at a more deep and intimate level and really feel the most minute kind of contractions and how even that beat kind of resonates out and feels like maybe with the cells around my chest cavity and everything, and how it hums and throughout the entire body, and it creates a whole different experience. And I was thinking also of the Icaros and how sometimes these vibrations of maybe the different chakras or different, the heart or other areas, it's not like a vibration that I've ever really heard before, or it's not like I feel like I'm accustomed to hear certain notes and it's easy in music to tune into a certain note and it's like almost habitual. But like the Icaro sound it's a completely different sound that almost kind of allows you to tune into the vibration. Like the waves are really high and then they kind of go low, and it's like leading you to emotionally feel this new vibrational experience that then once you actually reach it, you know it, and then it's a lot easier to tune into it. And I found that to be the most like fascinating experience, that they can distill this state of consciousness and vibration through a song and bring you to a whole new reality and world that I would have never been able to discover without kind of the guide of the Ikaro to tune into that awareness.
I suppose I can't talk about vibration without looking at when I drowned when I was 3 and I was out of my body. The first thing, well, obviously, before, in the process of leaving my body, probably a better way of putting it, the agony of the water exploding into my lungs was the most painful thing I've ever experienced in my life. It was agony. It felt like my lungs had exploded. And there was just agony, and my whole body went into like spasms. Every muscle in my body spasmed. So the pain was so intense that every muscle in my body was in agony. You know, like if you get a muscular spasm, it's bloody painful. Those muscular spasms was every single muscle in my body spasming at the exact same moment, like spasming. And the pain in my lungs was just like insane. And these little glands on the top of my head squirted out all this fluid. I felt it squirt. I literally felt this gland like going squirt out all this fluid. And it literally, it made me feel, and suddenly I became aware of the vibration. And it got louder and louder and faster and faster and louder and bigger and faster and faster and louder and bigger and faster. And then I wasn't in my body anymore. I was like going. And that vibration was all there was. The whole universe was that vibration. And I saw the universe open up in front of me like a flower, like a kind of a 3 things that was like coming out of each other, spiraling out of each other, like a ball of wool almost, unspiraling. And it was like 3 threads that were unspiraling out of a spiral. And I watched those 3 threads, and the louder the vibration got, the more the spirals were unspiraling. And I was realizing that that was me unspiraling. It was my whole universe, it was my whole thoughts, everything. And it was pulling it out. And then I had to go through the drama of like forgetfulness, of like, damn, I'm forgetting people. I'm forgetting, oh no, I'm going to forget like the ones I love. And that was the fear when I experienced it. Like I was, those things that being pulled out of there were my memories. I was like, oh damn, when those 3 things come apart, my memories go with it. So I was like fighting to try and keep my memories. And then the vibration got so loud that those memories didn't matter anymore. And I was like, hold on, this vibration is like the whole universe was just vibrating. And I went with the vibration, and it started to take me faster and faster and faster. And then I noticed that the speed of the vibration was me traveling. And the faster the vibration went, the further I was traveling from Earth. I was like, wow. It was like a speedometer. And the vibration got faster and faster and faster. Uh-oh. I think I've made a big mistake. Give me a second. Please, guys, carry on.
I think the concept of vibration is extremely powerful. And to me, it kind of invokes a feeling where, and it's good that you mentioned earlier that things are moving, they appear to be still, whether they're moving too fast to be seen or too slow, which makes me think of two things. Like, I know when you're riding in a vehicle and you see the wheels of another car at a certain speed, it seems like they're still or they're just moving slowly, because the mind can only process so many frames per minute or second. A similar thing happens when you're filming a helicopter with a video camera with a slow shutter speed, and it seems like the propellers are actually still in the air. That's a fascinating illusion. But I think that we found that through Cartesian works of the meditations, we've come to understand that there are certain things that we need to overcome that are misperceptions. And through his works, we understood that we're aspiring towards seeing things from a perspective closer to the idea of the absolute truth that is held by our creator. So when we're able to understand that things are moving, I feel like there can be a process in which we can realize that there's aspects of ourself that are in constant motion, that are in sync with the movement of things around us, that seem still. And when we can gain more awareness of that, I feel that we can connect to the outside world by sharing the vibration or bringing ourselves to vibrate in harmony with the world around us. And I feel like that aspect happens on many levels. There's different harmonies that happen, and there's different aspects of our world that we may not see, but we also know are in vibration. I wanted to go into the dimensions a little bit. To me, the dimension of first and second dimensions are not actual dimensions at all. They're only aspects of what we consider to be three dimensions, which is from a linear paradigm in which a cube is used to dissect our world and put it in lines, straight lines. Whereas there's a different aspect that Buckminster Fuller mentions, where straight lines is not accurate to map our world. Nothing is straight except for a beam of light per se, necessarily, which would probably curve from gravity at some point when near celestial bodies. But there's an aspect where first and second dimension can never exist outside of the third dimension. They're a dissection or an imagination of the breaking down of the third dimension, which could never happen here. We can do it on our minds to be able to map this world, but you're never going to fall into a second dimensional world. Although they have explored the story of that with the movie Cool World with Brad Pitt, where he falls into a cartoon and he's stuck in the second dimension. He's flat world. It's an interesting thought, but it's not realistic. It's just a way to dissect our world. And so when it comes to fourth or fifth dimensions, I feel like it's wrong to integrate time into spatial dimensions. To me, this is my feeling on it, because time can exist on all dimensions, whether it's first or second or third. If there's only a point in existence, and that's all of existence, it could have a light that blinks on and off. That would express time. The second dimension cannot exist within the first dimension, as the third dimension cannot exist within the second dimension. And so if time were to be the fourth dimension, it would nullify the process in which these dimensions are building. But those dimensions are not necessarily themselves. I feel like the third dimension is really one dimension, which has two other aspects if you look at it in a linear dimension. But if you were to look at it in the sense of a sphere takes up what we consider to be three dimensions, but makes it into one dimension. And you can transverse a sphere in many ways. You can cross the sphere through the middle with a straight line. You can cross the sphere with an arc on the outside. You can cross the sphere with arcs within. You can cross a sphere from outside of the sphere and back onto the sphere. So with the spherical or curvature mapping, the 3 dimensions become 1 dimension, and it creates oneness out of the divisiveness that has been pushed on us. And so if we consider a side of a square to be 1, then a circle that falls within that square becomes pi in its circumference. But if we consider the circle to be 1, then the sides of the square are reciprocal pi. They're, I believe, pi over 4 for each side of the square. Something like that. So when it comes to a 4th or a 5th dimension, if we look at time being a different dimension than spatial dimensions, then a 4th or a 5th spatial dimension, as mentioned earlier, could represent the tesseract, the idea of another 3rd dimensional reality that's in touch with this with the first 3rd dimensional reality, and they overlap each other and have some kind of space, crossover space, where they can connect. That's an interesting thought form that's been used for a long time, and they have the concept of the tesseract to represent that. But I feel like there's other aspects of it too. I feel like what we do is we try to lump up these different aspects of our actuality that are unseen in the physical realm, and sometimes try to articulate those as other dimensions. But ultimately, I feel like all of these dimensions are one and the same. They're all vibrating, and there's things that are unseen on many levels. Like the inside of our body is not seen, and until the Renaissance period, we didn't really understand how it operated within there, and so people speculated on that. There's other aspects that are not seen with our eyes, like the emotional body, the etheric body, the astral body. And so people can consider those separate dimensions, or you can consider those another aspect of a greater dimension, which is beyond the things we see with our eyes, because we know even the spectrum of electromagnetic frequencies, we only see a small band of the electromagnetic frequencies out amongst us. And so when we learn to attune ourselves to be able to feel the unseen, we can be more familiar with the deeper aspects of our greater oneness dimension. But yeah, that's just one of my takes on it. I've written a blog on this on my site at vibetribescribe.wordpress.com. If you guys want to explore more of it, you can look there.
Yeah, that was a great description, especially because, like you were saying before, we had the opportunity to really look inside the body. We didn't know what that dimension or reality was like, but then now looking back, it's built with the same sacred geometry and principles that is on the outside. So it's the same way, I think, how you're describing with the different dimensions. We might not be able to look past it at the present moment, but if you take it at a circle level or a sphere, there's still going to be the similarities between all of the different forms. It's just, I think, maybe the person that's just trying to perceive it in imagination first, it's almost like it's better to wipe the slate and take away some of your conceptions first to be open to new possibilities, and then later reconstruct them with a different sphere. And I also liked what you were saying about the vibration of different environments, because I've definitely noticed that even like every city has its own type of vibration, and if you spend enough time in it, you start to tune into that vibration. Like I was in I think it was a little over last year, I had gone to El Paso, Texas, after I had been out in nature in the desert camping, and I was really strict with my diet and everything at the time, meditation, just disconnecting from all media. And when I went back into that heavily populated environment, it felt like a feeding frenzy. And I was imagining like all of these sharks and fish, feeding and moving and hustling about, and the vibration was just so intense, and it caused a whole different sensation of images. And then as soon as I left that city and environment, went back to nature, the vibration shifted, and I noticed it in my internal state and the images that I was experiencing. And I noticed going to different places, they affect the dream world also, and just like all of the emotions and stuff. And unless we spend enough time disconnecting from one vibration, we can't really tell what the other vibration is like or its effect upon us.
Yeah, unfortunately, my internet turned off for a minute. I had beeping boxes, and I should have plugged it in a long time ago to charge a battery. Oh, let's see how much time it's going to give me when the electricity turns off, because I've got everything running on backup. I was supposed to have plugged it in to charge it up while I was doing this, but I've got half an hour to catch some charge in the batteries, which should probably give it like an hour or so. But yeah, I didn't hear what all that you were saying. I only just caught the last little bit of the tail end, and I totally agree in as much as this. What I noticed when I was young was that time doesn't exist, and so time is something that is created by the communication of the senses in the thalamus, where the information of the senses is changed. It's put into sequence, but it doesn't actually exist in sequence. It's our minds that put it into sequence. This is why we're able to see the future. You see, like, people haven't really thought about, like, why are we able to see the future? Because it's something we can do. Maybe we don't know it or realize it, but we are able to stretch our consciousness into the future or the past. And why can we see into the future and the past? And when we see into the future and the past, it looks like it's happening now. Why is that? Because it's happening now. The past and the future are happening here, and they're happening here right now. It's like it's quite a thing to absorb. So the time is a total illusion that is created in our minds. And so I see the reason that the mind creates the illusion of time is because it can't encompass the dynamic scale of 5D as it relates to reality. So we get up to the 4D point, and the 4D point we can't really fully encompass it. So our brain creates a barrier between these levels so that we're able to put them into sequence. And I think it's part of the cause of why we have to be so limited in order to become smaller and smaller, like Russian doll bodies within bodies within bodies within bodies, until we've got that tiny little physical body within our etheric body. Though I do think that this reality around us isn't what we think it is. And I think that time doesn't exist at all. It's a human construct. But when we look at why time exists and why it's been put into the context that it's been put into, it seems that it's because of understanding that there are lots of parallel universes right here around us right now. It's quite a thought, because so 2D, you got a flat plane. 3D, you got lots and lots and lots and lots of flat planes to make up the 3D, right? So what's the obvious scale between 3D and 4D? Well, you've got to have lots and lots of 3Ds, right? In order to make up the 4D. Lots and 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 lots. But can you experience lots and 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 lots of 3Ds all at once? No. Brain can't cope. Too much information. So it correlates. It narrows its focus. It puts its focus on one 3D and then moves from that 3D to another 3D, moves from that 3D to another 3D, moves from that 3D to another 3D. And so there's this apparent motion flow from one 3D to another. And we call this flowing from one 3D block to another 3D block of 3D time. But it's all just correlated in our minds because we're experiencing one part of the 3D at a time. Or sorry, one part of the 4D, because the 3D is replicated almost infinitely, infinitely. Like my brain can't even conceive of these ideas that's going through my head when I start to branch out and to see that this tiny little block made out of bigger blocks. And so that 4D is all these stacked up 3Ds to an almost infinite scale of being that our brains just have to, okay, hold on, filter this one at a time. It's like you've got 1,000 people wanting you to fill up their plates with food. And it's like, no. There's one big pot here. I need a cue, please, one at a time. And sort of what the brain does, it cues one piece of information at a time. And so we correlate the way that we move through this 4D, because we don't have enough bandwidth to see all of 4D at once. But actually, we correlate it to see one aspect of 3D at a time. And then we consider the jumping between the 3D correlations to be moments. And this is why moments are relative. Have you noticed how relative a moment is? A moment doesn't have, like, how long is a moment, by the way? Like, some moments, I remember once when I hit a dog and I killed a dog. Wow. Car coming down a bridge late at night. I was in a very dangerous area. I was like 15 years old. I wasn't even supposed to be driving. My friend wanted to go and get some bad drugs, Mandrax, and he was like going to go and hitchhike there on his own. And I was like, screw that for an idea. And I was the only one prepared to take him. So I said, I'll drive you there, because like literally it's a place where you get shot, you get killed. It's one of those places. It was one of those places. So I was like, no way, I'm going to lose my buddy like this. So I took him. I said, I'll drive you. And I drove him. And so we were coming down this mountain, and not mountain, sorry, it feels like a mountain. Coming down a bridge. There was a steep bridge. And there was these plants between bushes and a tree between the lanes. And a dog jumped out from behind the bushes in front of me, like on the bridge, just at the base of the bridge. And I was coming down the bridge. There was nothing I could do. I mean, I hit brakes, but I was in a narrow lane, and that one moment stretched out forever. And I like literally got to see like the expression on the dog's face. And the dog turned its face and it looked at me, and we locked eyes. And there was this whole long chapter of communication where I was like, I'm sorry, I can't stop this. And I had to watch in slow motion of that moment that dragged out forever, the way that dog got hit by the car I was driving. And I got out of the car and I was panicking. My friend was freaking out. He was like, you can't get out of the car here. We're going to get shot. And like I lifted the dog up and I carried him out of the road and I put him down, and I was looking at him and he was so blissful. And he just started falling asleep. And I was like, wow, killed him on impact. At least I got to see that he was blissful when he died. But that moment, it's lived with me my whole life. It's made me really careful whenever I've been driving down a bridge. I've been like, anyone going to jump out behind that bush? Because like, imagine that being a human. I mean, it's bad enough being a dog. And my gosh, like it lived with me. But that moment, some moments, they just last forever. So isn't that funny how time can do that? And it can discombobulate. Is that a word? Discombobulate? But yeah, so I think the scale between 3D and 4D is so big, and the scale between 4D and 5D is so big, at the idea of actually having to imagine that we don't have physical bodies that are stuck here. So we're able to literally navigate the whole thing. Without moving our bodies, we can navigate the whole thing. Like we can go to the sun. We can go to other galaxies. And we travel at the speed of thought. It's quite a concept. There's just no limits to where we can take this. So it seems like the D's are, one is feminine, one is masculine, one is feminine, one is masculine. Because in the D of feminine zone, it's all at once. In the D of masculine, we seem to have some kind of extension and control. And then in the astral zone, it's like it's all at once again. And then when we go into the causal field, we have a certain degree of control again to select the files that we want to download from the Akasha. So I wish I'm going to go and listen to what you said at the end of the show, because I would love to have heard it all. Yeah. Time and distance are not obstacles for consciousness. Neither are walls. first time I discovered that was when I was 12, and I was practicing my meditation. And because my Shihan had taken me to a sensei's class, I was like really honored. But it was a meditation class. I was like, like I shouldn't be here with all these third and fourth dans. What am I doing here? I'm like a white belt. Like, why did he take me here? So I was like, okay, I'm going to practice this. And all my friends were jealous because the Shihan had taken me out of my sensei's class to come and do his class with him. And it was just meditation. My friends were all relieved. I was, oh, you only learned meditation. Oh, that's cool. I was like, what do you mean that's cool? But anyway, I started practicing it. And that was when I first. So when you focus on your sacral plexus, it takes you into the etheric realm, interestingly enough. And you can move through walls and you can move around. And I remember I was sitting in my position. And for some reason, I had to go through the wall in front of me. And I went through the wall in front of me and I saw my mom walking past me. And I sort of watched her. She walked around the corner and I could see her through the wall going to stand by the door. And I thought, that's interesting. I'm seeing her through the corner of the wall. And I've moved like right through this wall. That's interesting. So I thought, let's go and see what she's doing from behind her. And next thing I was behind her. And I could see her like listening at the door. She was trying to like peep through the keyhole or something. And I found it funny. So I jumped back into my body and I came and very silently walked and opened the door quickly. So I was like face to face with her and she was like this. And she was like suddenly polishing the doorknob and all of that nonsense. And I gassed myself, of course. I was like, come on, mom, that's ridiculous. She was obviously like, I was quiet. Like there was no music playing. I wasn't training because I used to train all the time. So she was like, what's he doing? You know? But so that was the first time I discovered the etheric space. And then I was like, that's really interesting. Like that must have been why my Shihan wanted me to train in that. And so I definitely think there's definitely something to be said about developing our ability to experience outside of these 4 dimensions. If we consider 3 dimensions of space and whatever else is happening that it's bigger than that gives us this impression of that there's more. Like a sphere going through a piece of paper, 2D being on that paper would see a small point that grows larger and larger, circle and becoming small again before vanishing. It's an interesting concept. I once became 2D. I had a 2D experience, by the way. Well, it was very weird because I was at a festival, and I think I had sort of gotten myself into a grounded place with probably a whole lot of psychedelics. But for me, that was just like a normal place to be at. And I always found psychedelics very normal. And then I had this divinarum plant, a concentrated form of divinarum. What's it called? It's a legal herb. You might know it.
Salvia.
Eh? Yes, but it was the divinarum. And it was a concentrated, highly concentrated form. And obviously I was very high. I think I'd had mushrooms and some lysergic, right? So that's right. I'd seen an old friend I hadn't seen. I'd been in Cape Town. I hadn't had any psychedelics in like years. He gave me some of this really strong psychedelics because I used to test the psychedelics. He used to come into South Africa for family, and he was connected to that family. So he like, this is family stuff. He gave me some family bits, like gifts. And so that was like really clear and high. And somebody gave me some mushrooms down the hatch. Because I don't really take substances, but if I take, I might take a lot. And then my mom came and she had this Salvia divinorum. She had a whole lot of it. And I was like, oh, no problem. And I've somehow picked up a piece of tinfoil, and next thing I'd manufactured a pipe. I was like, there we go. And I found a straw that I could fit into the pipe, and I turned the pipe into like a long pipe with a big tinfoil bowl in it. And she was like, how much do we have? I said, we'll take it all. We'll use it all. Like I said, Salvia is very weak. So I didn't realize like we had like a whole bag of it. We made a massive pipe. And the cold cherry was about that big. It was a big cherry pipe. And obviously I was like, and next thing the whole world went 2D. I was like, holy crap. And it stretched. It says stretch the 3D-ness out of, and I felt like I flowed through a 2D wave. It was the weirdest thing I've ever experienced. It was really fun. Like after that, I was like, light the pipe again. I gotta go for one more of those. You know, it was a very interesting experience. But that was the one time I experienced 2D consciousness in a very weird way. And I remember going through that ride and passing the pipe to my mom, and I was giggling. I was like, she has no idea what's coming because it's the weirdest thing. Like you feel your consciousness compressed into flatness, and feeling flat was very strange. The image in my mind was that Superman film when those people are in that glass and they're spinning through space. Felt a little bit like that, only you're being stretched over like a long membrane, and you are over there and over there at the same time, and over there and over there. So you're covering a lot of space. It was a very weird concept. But yeah, that's been my only experience with 2D consciousness.
I wonder if
I
that
think it's
relates back to kind of like what Cosmic was saying, how we like, or our consciousness likes certain frequencies or notes and different sounds. It's almost like, you know, different plants or different cities or even different psychedelics. They all have their own kind of vibration to them. And I noticed there's some that I'm like, okay, I'm cool with that vibration. And then some of them I'm like, you know, I need to stay my distance. Whatever entities or, you know, whatever things are existing in the astral, that's not something I think I want to jive or dance with. So I'll stay clear and go a little bit of a different direction.
I had a similar experience with Salvia divinorum. The name of the plant means the diviner sage, sometimes said the seer sage, or relating to the divine. But yeah, when I smoked Salvia divinorum before, I had several experiences where I went from 3D into 2D. My friend said that it was like people turned into Muppets or cartoons. I definitely felt that before. I feel like when you mentioned earlier, sometimes the mind, the mind is putting things into sequence to give us an idea of time in our imagination. I feel like our brain also coordinates a sequence of distances for our spatial understanding of the world around us. And when we smoke salvia, somehow that goes away. Everything just turns into like the same distance away, but we can it's like a flat screen of it. For one time, what happened to me was everything that was dark was inside and everything that was shiny was outside. So I started to see things in different ways that was unfamiliar. And it felt like things that were dark were wet inside. Things that were shining were hard and on the outside. So I was seeing things in a different way in which my spatial dimensions were being reoriented, where things that were dark were like further away or within, things that were shining were closer and without, and as a shell that was protecting the dark. I don't know, it was very strange. Other times I've seen things personified, like the couch had a face, but when I wasn't looking at it, his eyes were closed, his eyes were open. When I looked back, his eyes were closed, and so it was messing with me. So, but it's very comical a lot of times, but sometimes people get scared. And it's interesting. I don't know what controls that.
Did you think to name your couch?
I kind of did give it a name. You know, it was like an Oscar. It was definitely an Oscar type of couch. You know? But
that's hilarious.
Trying to follow me up.
Indy, is there any possibility you could try and turn your screen with you and your camera a little bit? I'll tell you why. Because the wind is hitting the mic at a certain frequency. So if you turn, like, even if the other way, I don't know what way the wind is blowing, but
I think the wind
sometimes it's just got to do with the angle.
Maybe that's better.
But let's see. No, I just heard it again. I got a feeling that if you turn it the other way, it'll be better.
Okay.
But more.
How about that? More of this way.
Yeah, if more.
The wind's coming from that direction.
Oh, it's coming from that direction.
Does it sound okay
'Cause
now?
it seems like it's stopped. Maybe when it comes flat on, it doesn't hit the bubbles in the mic housing.
Sounds good.
When it comes at an angle, it whistles. It goes gada 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 gada. Interesting. Maybe it's aerofoil aerodynamically.
Yeah.
It goes off it. But yeah, so the whole vibration thing is interesting because the vibration, like the mood of a place. I noticed shoes have vibrations. And like I always used to make a joke, like I'll do a shoe reading for someone. You know, give me your shoes. I'll tell you all about yourself. And no, because you can look at a pair of shoes and you can tell where those shoes have been and what kind of a person wears those shoes. And the deeper you go into that, you can start to know like real, like intense details about the wearer of those shoes, things you shouldn't know. Because those shoes carry like, and there's an old saying about walking someone else's shoes. I think that's really what it's about. I always used to find that funny, is to look at people's shoes and like get a real sense of who they were. And as funny as it is a concept, I think it's similar to the idea of our clothes that we wear, of our homes. The way if you go into someone's home, you can get a real sense of who they are because of the vibration. So everything seems to carry a vibration. And I think that the vibration is personified. What do you guys think about that? We anthropomorphize everything that we engage with, and we leave a little bit of ourselves on that.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to that. We have a large part of our brain devoted to facial recognition. So it's really not that hard for us to see a face when it's not there. And then we can kind of give it a personality. So this happens when we're on psychedelics a lot, particularly with mushrooms. Our ability to distinguish different faces, which we can usually distinguish around 5,000 different faces, gets diminished down to 50 to 500 faces that we can distinguish. So people start to look very familiar. You start to see strangers. It's like, wait, I know you. Aren't you so-and-so? And they'll be like, no, that's not me. And you'll say, you have a doppelganger out there. So everybody's got a doppelganger. And, you know, you look at the trees and it's like, oh, no, this tree's looking at me right here. God, look at the face right there. So that happens a lot with psychedelics. And it makes you wonder, it's like, does the spirit begin to show its face when we have something to transcend that physical realm and start to see the metaphysical? Does it start to appear to us and show itself to us? The Shinto people would say so. In Japan, they thought that everything has a spirit, which they called a kami. And so everything has a spirit to it and a personality. And everything needs respect. You know, people would think that things are just an object. They can take their anger out on it. But in Shintoism, they would suggest that everything should be treated with respect and kindness because it has a spirit. They consider it to be like another person.
Yeah, I wonder if it made me think of like the individual spirit has its own kind of vibration to it, and there's no way that somebody else could replicate all of the exact experiences and everything that I've gone through. And so it creates a unique vibration, and then that also extends to different objects or different places like a home. And that thing has gone through a certain amount of experiences that tune it to have one unique spirit itself. And I think there's things that maybe are close to it and we can kind of harmonize with it. And then maybe that allows us to be able to kind of almost experience it or relate to something else that corresponds to something we went through. I like the idea of like I call it like power objects, and just objects that went through a certain experience with me. And by getting close to it or holding it or taking it with me to another adventure, it allows me to almost kind of transport back in time and remember things that I don't necessarily can recall if I'm really separated from it. And like you were talking about shoes, but like when I worked in landscaping, I could tell based on the way a shovel looked and like the feel of it and everything, what that person who used it went through and what kind of things that they were lifting with it, what the intensity was, all based on just the feel and the look and the shape of a shovel. And it would transport me back and be able to remember how my shovel looked, you know, and what I went through, and then it allowed me to resonate with somebody else. I only got a couple more minutes and I'm going to take off.
Well, that is fascinating. You know, the idea of shovels being extended. I like that, because we're now talking about spades. We're talking about the fourth Tara suit. Coins from our pack of cards. It's spades. It used to be spades because spades are what dig in the earth. So coins are representing earth, but spades represent earth. You know, diamonds represent, in a sense, the air, because they cut the air, the acoustics. And in the same way that our hearts represent water, because water flows like that. And, you know, clubs represent fire because the club's made out of wood. Wood burns. So it's quite interesting. Spades, particularly, something to think about, I think, as a implement that digs into the earth. It's a very earthy element. I wonder if we're ready to move on to the sphere of polarity, as above, so below, the polarization element that produces the firmament, that all things have their opposites, all things have their degree of similitude within the scale of difference. I think that's the way I might put it. And that there is a sameness to all things. And this is what we were talking about with cosmic. The complementary colors represent that as well. You know, red and green are complementary. What the one reflects, the other one absorbs, and what the other, and that one will reflect what the other one absorbs. So they're exactly opposite in terms of what they do. In the same way that white and black are exactly opposite. So, anybody want to jump into polarity? I mean, it's a big one. The poles of being. You could probably start with the axis mundi, right? The shaman, the totem pole. So this is what the totem pole is all about. The shaman meditates on rhythm, but it allows the rhythm meditation to be focused as a perambulation around the principle of polarity, which is a pole. Interesting concept, totem pole, which is the representative of the axis mundi, the world axis, which is the zodiac turning around. Yes, Aaron, you wanted to say?
This will be my last comment before I get going. But you had mentioned poles, and when I was studying the different cataclysm events, the one thing that really stood out to me was the concept of a pole shift, like the Earth even shifts its poles. And then reflecting that, you know, I was thinking, well, if we're imagining these pole shifts externally, maybe we experience internal pole shifts as well. And that really just stood out to me because I guess as I go through different experiences, I can oscillate between one end of the pendulum and the other, or shift kind of direction so much. And it was just fascinating that the Earth itself, as a larger reflection, can actually have shifts of poles and direction as well. That's all I wanted to say. So I'll listen to the rest when I can. And thank you so much. It was a pleasure talking with you both.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you for everything, for your comments. Very insightful.
As always, lovely having you. Honor having you. What a lovely. Is Soraya with?
Yes, I'm here.
Maybe please introduce yourself, my dear. I kept wanting to say Soraya here, and I never saw your mic switching on and off. Tell us about your channel that you have. Infinite Words of Love, I think.
Yeah. True. You said it right. Well, I started out a few years ago with that channel.
Well, it's a very inspiring channel. Those of you on Telegram, go and check it out. Infinite Words of Love. It's at Infinite Words of Love, one word, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And check it out. It's if you're ever having a down day, that'll make your down day turn up. They are the cutest nature, spontaneous inspirations as well. So welcome, my dear. Is there anything you want to add about polarity, about as above, so below?
I think
Duality.
that the duality is here to maintain a balance. Because one cannot do without the other. There's no light without darkness, and there's no darkness without light. That's basically what it is. And if you take colors, the color spectrum, each color has its opposite. And that's so with everything. If you look at the male and the female aspect, those are also two opposites. So the whole duality thing is just very normal in our reality.
Totally. And basically, this reality couldn't exist if there wasn't a polarity.
Exactly.
Because there couldn't be hot and cold. The same quality of hot. I mean, hot and cold is the same thing.
Exactly.
Light
Only
and dark,
experienced differently.
It's how much light, less light or more light.
Yeah.
Hot and cold, how much heat, more heat or less heat.
Exactly.
Left or right, how much traveling, more traveling or less traveling, because we're traveling in circles anyway. So just a little bit of traveling, it's left. A lot of traveling, it's right. You know.
Yeah.
Welcome back, brother Jeremy. Lovely to have you back. You've got a blue light on today. Now, funky. Violet, almost indigo. It's one of my favorite colors.
Yeah, I like to try to play with the colors every show. What are we on about right now?
We're talking about polarity, opposites, and the scale of which they're on the same scale together and different in qualities, different in one aspect, but they're in the same. They're one and the same together at the same time, which reconciles the paradox. So we're talking about that polarity and such.
Cool. To not talk about that real quick. I had a note here when Franklin was talking about Zeus and the two chemicals released from the pituitary and the pineal. Is that right? And that's the anointing.
The gland, right?
Yeah. And then, that reminded me of the Ankh symbol. Is that what that is? Going to the cross. That's what that is? Okay, cool.
It's a ball and a lance. Balance. Ball, lance.
A ball and a lance. Is that what you said?
Balance.
Interesting.
Balance.
Nice.
So that's what Ankh means. You know, masculine and feminine together. Pituitary represents the feminine. Pineal represents masculine. Pituitary represents our emotions with the hypothalamus, which is your mood regulator, and the pineal, which is attached to the thalamus, represents your frequency of your neurological system, of your nervous system frequencies, your thoughts, resonating through the nerves.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically it's left brain, right brain, you know.
Mhm.
Left
So-
brain being obviously related to the right side of the body.
Mhm.
Welcome,
when you see-
Jeremy.
What's that?
I said, welcome, Jeremy.
Oh, yeah, thank you. To talk about polarity real quick, makes me think of like extremes. Like there's this extreme, there's this extreme, and there's everything in the middle. The middle is like that balance. And at the extremes, if you push yourself to an extreme, know your limit, and maybe go a little bit beyond, there can be a lot of growth in that. Like you don't always want to stay perfectly balanced. Sometimes it's a good thing to experience extremes. Personally, I'm thinking about like weather and temperature. Um, I've been in extremely hot deserts, and I've been in extremely cold environments, like negative 30s. And I was never like in any danger in any of these situations. But you definitely learn something about yourself when you go through those sorts of things, and you learn how to survive it too, which is always advantageous.
Yeah, I would think that the experience of the extremes is kind of what helps us value the balance of the integration. Without experiencing the detriments of the extremes, it's going to be hard for an individual to see the appeal of balance. And I think a lot of people are initially drawn to extremes in a sense that we're kind of pushed towards them. And so we're expected to go towards extremes. As far as gender goes, we're not really supposed to be in the middle way when our society programs us. But through Taoist wisdom, we've learned that we want to integrate both extremes, not necessarily in an overt visual way. We want to integrate the subtle aspects of the extremes within ourselves so that we have both aspects within that can create harmony. And this process of integration is known in philosophy as coincidentia oppositorum, which is articulated by, in architecture, a three-door face to a cathedral or a temple. The third door is the open door with which you enter, which is the integration of the two other doors, which are usually a facade of a door. They're just like a door on a wall. They don't open. Sometimes they will. But the symbols of that three and the meaningfulness of the Trinity and then the triad and the trifecta through different spiritual systems and religious systems are a sign of that power of the integration, going away from divisiveness and going in towards connectiveness and integration. So part of that is overcoming the divisiveness within ourselves, overcoming the divisiveness amongst ourselves and others, and overcoming the divisiveness amongst ourselves and the natural world around us. So we're coming into a place right now in the Kabbalic prophecy that we're coming into a place where we're going to now be driven from within to integrate with each other and with the natural world, because we've been so separated now. We're at the utmost intensity of egoism, which is the delusion of separation. And that delusion helps us in society with programming, but it can be detrimental.
Yeah, I feel like there's a we're gonna sort of kind of be forced to confront certain things in that regard, because you act on impulses to separate yourself from nature, And it seems to me that that can only go on for so long before, before the bubble bursts, so to speak. God, I just had another thought too. I totally forgot what it was. Sorry about that. Oh man.
Yeah, our relationship with nature is very fascinating. It's really interesting to me that humankind considers ourselves to be highly evolved. Our reliance on technology is a sign that we do not have adaptation very well right now. We don't have capabilities for adaptation that have been enabled right now. We've got stifled adaptive abilities by living in cages. One of the things we're doing is we're creating this artificial synthetic environment in nature to shield ourselves. And that is going to only reach to a degree where it's no longer going to be effective at helping us cope with the world around us unless we're trying to escape it. And there's a lot of philosophies that suggest we're trying to leave here. We want to go to another world where it's safer, away from the bugs and things. A lot of people have thought of this, but I don't feel like that's really a valid, practical solution to our situation here, trying to live amongst nature. We really want to be able to live in harmony with nature. That's going to be a better option. If we were able to live in harmony with nature here, and then we were able to explore the stars and the planets, we'd be able to establish harmony there. We'd be more likely to be able to establish harmony there as well. So if you keep running away from your problems come with you, they follow. That's something we would have to acknowledge and recognize in that process of trying to escape from things to a safer place. Safety is a comfort zone, and it's somewhat of a toxic comfort zone in retreat and hiding and fear. So people like this comfort right now, and it's a blessing that's been bestowed upon us by Mother Nature in our transition right now from the habitat from which we came to the habitat to which we will go. We don't have that habitat yet, but we're finding better coping mechanisms and means of sustenance to be able to integrate harmonically with nature. Permaculture is a great example of that, where we're going to integrate our ways with the ways that are harmonic and beneficial mutually with us and the natural world. So the idea of like green power is an attempt at that, trying to use solar power, water power, wind power. There's some detriments to those, but we're moving in a direction in which, as some have foreseen, the Mayan prophecy foretold at 2012, the beginning of the new Baktun, we're creating a new world in which we are going to be in harmony with nature, and we're going to use technology to integrate with nature instead of to draw us away from it. So that's going to be a beautiful thing, and we already see that taking place now. But Earth ships are another great example. Mike Reynolds got the vision of Earth ships at the top of a Mayan pyramid and saw that plants are the most highly evolved creatures on the face of Earth because they've created the ozone layer so that things can leave the ocean and live on land through blue-green algae millions of years back. And they don't need to move about. They're perfectly good being rooted in the ground, having everything they need brought to them from the natural world. They have the sunlight, the wind and the air, the rain and the soil are right amidst them, and they don't really have to do much. And so genetically, they're one of the most highly evolved creatures on the face of Earth. They have over 40,000 genes. Humans have been found to only have 20,000, the smallest amount of any known creature. Most other creatures have 30,000 or more. So it's interesting that we glorify ourselves as the best. But where would we be without this technology, which we have no idea how to make a lot of times? We're relying upon things that they're just handed to them, and we don't know where those things come from anymore. We don't know how to create those things. We can create rudimentary tools, but I think what we should be driven towards is trying to transcend the technology to a degree, maybe integrate it in more harmonic ways, not necessarily abandon it, but try to use it so it's not debilitating us, but enabling us. And we see that in, like, gym equipment is an example. You can use the technology to strengthen us so that when we're not using it, we're stronger.
So what you're saying is you can't go into your kitchen and build a GPS unit.
Could be trouble.
Well, the GPS unit's should be in your head.
Yeah.
So you made me think of, so I I don't necessarily believe in evolution, but I do believe in cycles. You reminded me of this vision I've had a couple times, and actually I can close my eyes and see it right now. And it's uh, like imagine yourself by the ocean side, or imagine yourself on the water, maybe by the ocean side, all right? And it's extremely hazy, and the sun is either setting or it's rising, so it's all orange. And there's this mat of algae, I guess it's blue green, and it's hissing, right? Because it's creating that oxygen. It's like ah. And the other thing I saw were these enormous, almost building size, like almost like lingams, but they're fungus. They're like giant mushrooms. But humans are supposed to be here. You know, we're supposed to be on this planet, on this whatever it is, you know, working with it. And it seems to me that there's two ways of operating here. You know, one is the way of subjugation and control, where you create systems to you know, gobble up all the resources and, you know, brainwash the people into, you know, working for you in your technological systems, to suck more mass to yourself or more wealth to yourself, whatever. But then there's so that's one way, and that's like, you know, clear cutting and building, you know, enclosures where the nature is not supposed to.
Where have you seen that happening?
Yeah, right. It's the creation of weapons and all that sort of stuff, and that's like one way, right? And then there's this other way that seems to it's all right there for us. Everything we need is here, material, energetic. It's all here. And this other way is more. It's in line. It's flowing with these natural rhythms that we can tap into here. The rhythm of destruction is also there as well. Don't get me wrong. You can follow that. We have been following that. But that other way, you know, that's like the permaculture, and you know, utilizing those other powers like the water and the solar, and all of that. That's what those earthships are doing, and I think that's what all those ancient temples are doing too. So, makes sense to me that guy, you know, learned about earthships being on top of a temple.
Yeah, there's great power in the stones and the trees, and the trees give us the wisdom of the water of the earth, that which they hold, and the stones hold great resonance with our minds. And some people think that crystals are alive because they have strong resonance with us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what is alive? What is alive, and what is sentient? You know, what does that really mean? You know, everything seems to have this this energetic or this spiritual other side to it. And if the other, you know, that other side that has a rhythm and a way of working with everything else, and if we can see that, we can take, you know, enormous blocks of stone and fit them together in a particular way, and then, you know, maybe at the top of the vault there's another stone that's very, very piezoelectric, and maybe you fill this enclosure with water, and you have a you know, an iron rod shooting straight up through it, you know, into the sky, and you create this like natural machine of resonance. And maybe there's an organ somewhere above attached to all this, and there's someone playing the notes and creating the harmonies, and all of this is together in healing us.
I definitely agree with that. That life isn't what it seems to be. I think we've gone through the polarity thing. I think we're already moving into the rhythm,
Hmm.
the rhythm of the flow of the conversation, which leaves us another two elements after rhythm. We've sort of touched onto rhythm quite a lot, so it's probably going to have not as much to say as what we've. But rhythm obviously is, I think it's what we're talking about here in a sense, the way in which trees, they're in rhythm with each other. Plants, they're in rhythm with each other. And what we were talking about is being out of rhythm with each other. I want my rhythm to be the rhythm that everybody else takes. Not a cooperative rhythm. Let's all sing in a harmony. No, you must sing with me. My song. So there's that whole, like, I want to dictate the rhythm that everybody lives in kind of competition notion that we've been observing, where plants, and it's funny that you saw the spores, not so funny, actually quite deliberate, because obviously you have spores that grow underground, networks that act as communication systems for trees and plants. And they've noticed that mycorrhizae, for example, can carry nutrition for kilometers. So there can be trees having a conversation, and it's like a fast food delivery service. It's like, well, we've got some calcium over there. They've got enough calcium. Do you mind if we bring? Yeah, take it. Calcium comes. What we do need is a bit of nitrogen. Well, we've got plenty of nitrogen. Yeah, take it. So these mycorrhizae networks under the ground are transporting calcium to here and nitrogen there, and what do we need? And like all the plants are like putting in orders, and they're all in a state of cooperation. Instead of like, no, this is my calcium, you can't have any of it. Like, you short of calcium, I got more than I need, take some, and then later on, like, I'll have some of yours, whatever. So there's this idea of sharing and living in synergy is really about being in rhythm with the other beings around you. Because if you're in the same rhythm, then you're going to see yourselves as the same being, and you're going to want to share your resources. You're going to want to share your work with each other. You're going to want to help each other rather than like it's mine.
Yeah, it
So
sounds
that's
like love.
yeah. So rhythm and love. I mean, let's face it, when a man and woman get together, there's a lot of rhythm going on. Yeah. It's called making love. It's all about the rhythm. Get the rhythm right, everything else is going to flow. Like literally, it's going to flow. So rhythm is the key. I mean, it's going to flow so much that you're going to have babies. You're going to have the jungle in your home.
Yeah.
So
Well, where's the jungle one? I gotta go to the jungle.
you got to go, or is that just a okay? Yeah. Never know. That jungle calls. My jungle's asleep.
Yeah, mine
Different
is
time
too,
zone.
mine is too for a little bit.
So mine's gone for a long bit. Until like 5:30 a.m. Then my jungle wakes up. It's now we got to go mountain and then beach and the
That's the
usual.
best. That's the best time to wake up. I've been absolutely, not absolutely, but it's been really good for me to wake up before the sun is fully up. Like that, watching that transition just adds. It adds something to the day. That's that could be very, very positive. But what were the two other things that you mentioned that we should discuss?
Cause and effect, which is a consequence of rhythm, and then the reintegration of sexuality. Well, that's the wrong words. Gender, generation. Because generation comes when you take the poles that have been polarized apart and you put them back together again.
Yeah. Obviously the gender thing can get really weird nowadays, but I think there's a universal through line between what is male and what is female. And I really tend to think of masculine and feminine as energies. The masculine is more is more physically expressed through men, and the feminine is more physically expressed through women. And the feminine and the masculine, they fit together in a particular way to generate. That's the function, pure and simple. And all the other stuff is just those rhythms, just woo woo and going like this. But there's a very boom. Does this does this, and you get something else. And without that, there can be nothing. That's how it works. Why? You know why that's you know. That's something that you can't like express through words. You just have to witness and experience and integrate, and then it comes back out again.
It's like people have confused generation with polarity in modern day age. And they go, no, well, I'm that polarity. You want to be that polarity, that's fine, but it's not that gender. Gender is different to polarity. Polarity is a much more emotional thing, how we relate on the internal level. So there's definitely something to that. Obviously, it's part of a certain group of people not wanting other people to breed. They decided there's too many people.
Yeah.
So everywhere that they can stop breeding, they're going to try. They were like, we're not going to go full China on this story, right? Like, we're not going to go full China. Like, that's it. No more babies allowed. Done.
Yeah.
You need a license.
License? That's just misery. That's just pure hell. Unbelievable. Yeah. There's too many people. There's too many people. There's too many people corralled into certain areas to be extracted from. There's not too little area of land or landmass. There are just too many people in these certain areas, and those have got to get removed so that system, you know, can reset or run more smoothly. And it takes you know, so many schemes and machinations over a long period of time to get those things in motion and you know, working as best they can. But because it's subjugation and control going right against how humans should actually be, it's going to break at some point. And that it seems like, you know, it seems like we're in some sort of breaking point. But it's but you see what's happening, where it's like there's more people seeing the bifurcation in the way. There's this destruction, or there's this generation.
I completely get you. And it's definitely something that's been pushed onto us. So it's very interesting how polarity and generation have been specifically confused, because I wanted to say earlier that one of the things that was attacked was correspondence. They wanted us to forget correspondence, because correspondence is quantum entanglement, manifesting as quantum entanglement. And quantum entanglement is how the etheric field comes into being. They used to speak about the ether in physics, and the ether represented that quantum entangling principle, because it quantum entangles through the ether in order for all of these other principles to come into being. If you take that out of the picture, you say ether doesn't exist, right? And by ether, we're talking about the Greek idea that the etheric fills and permeates this world. And you can't see the astral beyond the ether until you can see the ether, right? until you can see beyond that. And
It's a
if you
scoop of
believe that
energy.
if this world is all there is, so they attacked that in the 1800s. They said that ether isn't real and doesn't exist. Physicists, they took it out of the physics textbooks, and they made us believe that this is all there is. And now that we built CERN, there was like, actually, quantum entanglement's a real thing. And then like, it's like, isn't that what ether was? Yeah. Okay. So we've changed the words from ether to quantum entanglement. We've come a full circle.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing, really.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, we took like you say, they took the ether out. It's not there. And then eventually we get this CERN thing. Oh shit. The ether's back.
So that was their way of trying to hide the 7 principles from us. Because when you start to consider what ether is, then you start to think outside of the box of physicality. Because you got to know, well, what's that? Then, well, what's beyond that? What's beyond that? What's beyond, you know? So they got us to live in this existential box that you're born, you live, you die. That's it. There's nothing else. Oh, if you want to know about spirituality, there's a book for you. You can read the book. Somebody wrote it down for you. Just believe what they say, and that's all you need to know.
There's no chance.
There's only one way.
There's no chance for experiencing formlessness within that system that you're describing. That formlessness, like someone was saying much earlier, you know, there's no 0 point of movement, of vibration. There doesn't exist, right? You break everything down, and boom, there's a vibration.
Totally. I'm just deleting something quickly. Time portals, delete. Okay. Otherwise, this recording will have nowhere to live. We don't want the recording to have nowhere to live.
You had to have been there.
Had to have been there, yeah. So we might have to close down the show at some point, because I won't be able to end the show if that power goes down completely.
Cause and effect. Cause and effect. Real quick.
Cause and
effect. Everything you do has a cause and effect. Everything you do. And those ripples, you know, sometimes we think linearly, right? From one point to another. And that's useful. That could be useful. You gotta build some sort of road, right? But spherically, right? Energy is spherical. And the cause has an effect that ripples outwards, you know, beyond time, and adds to a wave function that just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going, and however much of an impact it had generates the force, how far it goes, you know. But everything, like ritual, you're doing certain things in a very ritualistic way. It could be at this time, at this planetary alignment, the moon is here, this light is coming in, all these things super structured, right? To bring some sort of focus in to a spot, and then something is generated. But I really like to bring it back to that drum.
You just did already, because you mentioned rituals.
Yeah.
Rituals is how rhythm enacts itself. The rituals are the rhythm of the year, the cycles. You know, it's Christmas, we've got to do the Christmas ritual. It's Easter, we've got to do the Easter ritual. It's Halloween, we've got to wear a mask. It's you know, Valentine, we've got to, you know, all of that.
Yeah, it pumps this energy out. It pumps this energy out at the right time, you know, at the right time during the year. And what tells us the time is the stars, and it's, you know, It's all the plants and the smells and the warmthness, warmthness around you, and especially the smells. I love how you were talking about the smells. Yeah, this, like, follow your nose. Follow your nose. Pay attention to what you're smelling. The plants are always releasing something, and it has a certain, when it's spring. You step outside, you're like, oh, ooh, the air has a warmth and a sweet thickness to it, right? And then there's the other polarity. There's the dead of winter. You step outside and there's that, like, snap in your nose. You're like, oh shit, it's here, right? And everything in between. But yeah, those rituals that you're talking about, like, they think of them as these energetic outputs, these, like, boom, these pulses that drive us forward to the next one, and the next one, and the next one.
So that's interesting. The rhythm, the rituals, the word writing comes from rhythm, because we started writing down words and the superstructures. Rhythm creates superstructures. Like, we look at the way sound, according to the frequency of sound, it creates rhythms that create form. So form is a consequence of rhythm. We just don't realize it until we start to look at the way that sounds will rearrange the particular frequency, the particular rhythm that sound has, will cause iron filings to take a certain shape, will cause sand to move and create a certain form. And so this is quite a big thing that's becoming quite popular these days, that people are realizing, wow, you can build things out of sound. Well, everything is built out of sound. The whole universe is created out of vibration. But what is it that changes the one vibrational tone to a different vibrational tone, to a different that's the different rhythms, the different frequency, because frequency is an expression of rhythm. So the different rhythms of tone oscillations will create its own vibrational frequency that will create its own distinctness. So I think rhythm is where you get your first who I am, ego-centered consciousness.
Is that the shape that the iron filings make? Is that the etheric signature?
I would say that it's related to the sacred geometry, which is an etheric signature in a sense.
That we can see.
Pythagoras.
Yeah, that we can see, the etheric signature, that we can, like, physically.
Yeah, exactly. It would probably be three-dimensional, but we can only see it representing, although you could probably see it represented in 3 dimensions if it was in water. Because the sound wouldn't just be flat.
Or we can use our technologies to computer map how that 3D structure looks. And from there, like, okay, I'm thinking, so I've seen these iron filing and, the vibration. You look in, someone puts a bowl of water on a speaker and you see it move on that, on that kind of 2D plane. And I'm thinking, like, okay, what if you take a snapshot of that and then build it, the curve, the sections, all that, you build that for something. I'm not sure, maybe fill it with water and hit it with, like a gong or something, but there's something there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the schematics is essentially the structure of the universe, and this is why I relate Saturn to the principle of rhythm, because the lords of rhythm is the lords of time, Saturn, and the rhythm is what creates is what things build out of, and Saturn is the builder. Saturn's what builds everything, builds the structures out. It represents contracts, a contract between this sound and that sound, and a contract between this sound and that sound. So the contract is that you'll sound now, then you won't sound, then you'll sound now, then you won't sound, then you'll sound now, then you won't sound, then you'll sound now. That's rhythm. It's a contract between different sounds arranging. Well, I'll sound now, you sound then, and then it's my turn again, and then it's your turn, and it's a contract here. So the contraction is what causes matter to contract into being and cohese based on contracts between different sounds and spaces between the sounds, which we call rhythm, tone, intonation of rhythm, which is the frequency, which is what brings shape to the vibration. The vibrational field is pure vibration, but it needs to be shaped, and it's shaped by the forces of Saturn, which gives it that Lord of Time feeling vibe of like, it's your turn to sound, it's your turn not to sound, and that way everything has its place, and so everything's able to, as you say, build onto itself. And so what you're saying is quite interesting, to build onto it, because that's how matter is formed. It's how molecules are built.
That's how a song is.
Yeah.
I've been listening to a lot of Mozart. But real quick, Franklin, we talk about, rhythm and cause and effect. Like, how are those two related?
Well, think about it. There's a contract between this sound and there's a contract between that sound. So they've got a contract in place. So now they know whose turn it is to go, right? But now what it is they've also got a contract over there. So we've got a contract where we're all dancing, but they're dancing. And because we're dancing in a similar direction, sooner or later, one of our dancers is going to bump into one of their dancers. Because we've got this contract of dance, this is going to happen. But there's contracts everywhere around, and everything's making these shapes. So at some point, that cymatics is going to affect this cymatics, because it's not just one tone. There's a lot of different tones all at once. There's a lot of different shapes coming out of the Schumann resonance, for example. So all of those different tones, at some point, those are going to intersect and create effects of bouncing off each other. So as a metaphor, all of the swinging pendulums that represent each vibrational tone, and there's lots of them swinging, at some point they're going to crash into each other because they're all moving in different directions, and this one's going like this one's going like this, and that one's going slow, long ones. At some point they're all going to bump into each other, and those accidental bumps, I think, is what matter is. So I believe matter is a consequence of this swinging pendulums, of cause and effect. Otherwise, none of the solid stuff would be here. We'd just be in different frequencies of electromagnetic resonance. But at some point, those cause and effects actually happen. And the cause is obviously the rhythm, and the effect is consequence. Because listen to the word sequence, that's rhythm. Consequence. So you sequence sounds to make a rhythm. They're in sequential patterns. And when that sequential pattern touches a different sequential pattern, they connect, creating consequence. So it's even hidden in plain sight in the language, the way that consequences are born from sequences.
That was beautiful. Thanks.
And the cause and effect is I relate that to Mars.
Consequence?
Yeah, I relate that to Mars. I just want to close that window.
Definitely see that. I definitely see that. Because you take two things, you take those two sequences, and they like that, and they become a consequence. And there's some sort of the energy release there. And it seems like that would definitely be Mars. And it's like, okay, well, if Mars is that energy, I mean, we think like there's that, Mars, you think of Mars generally because of movies and whatnot, you think of like war and death and destruction and all that kind of stuff, and that is a consequence, right, of two different dances. And I love to dance. I'm always telling people, you got to dance, do something. It's good for you. It's fucking good for your body. It moves the lymph around. Anyways, but if the dances, if they're not, they're not the destructive dances of war, when they come together, Mars is still there. Are you saying that as well?
I think Mars is what happens when everything comes together, because it's the desire to desire. So to sire is to be parental. So sire, okay, so Saturn represents parental, father. So you're stepping out of Saturn into desire. In other words, I'm not going to do what you tell me to do, Dad. I'm going to do what I want to do. I got my own desires, as opposed to doing what Daddy told me to do. So it's where the personal ego finds its like substance from the passions. I'm passionate to do this. This is what I want to do. I don't care what you say to me, Mom, Dad. Like, we get to that age, 15, 14, whatever. Maybe I did it a bit younger than I should have, but this is what I'm going to do. This is where I'm going in my life. And at that point, you don't listen to your sire. And we used to call our parents sire, our lords sire. We want to do what we want to do. And that personal identification is like, I want to like move in my own direction. So the ram represents the head of Aries, which is, this is where my head is facing. This is where I want to go. You face your head in the direction that you want to go in life, and your desires is where you're going to face your head, where you're going to face your ram, right? And your ram is going to take you towards, which is why they say it's the first sign of the zodiac, and it's the one that initiates and starts things off, right? Because you've got to have a lot of desire to be the first one to start something. It's easy to just go with a bandwagon. It's like, well, everybody's walking that way, I'm going to walk that way. But somebody had to be the first one to start walking that way. That was Aries.
Yeah.
It took a lot of desire to go like, you know what? I want to walk that way.
Yeah. The Rams are all about saying "fuck you," "fuck you," "fuck this," "fuck you." They hit that thing and they turn around. Oh, fuck you too, and then do that.
I'll tell you something. One animal you're never going to mess with, ever, is a ram. They're actually really peaceful animals if you don't mess with them.
Sure.
I'll never forget in the Himalayas, they call them shungar. And when you see these male guys, like, they will literally throw you off the mountain if you get in their way. you get out of the way, man. You do not get in their way. You don't try and, I'm standing here. No, they will like, off you go.
That's what, real quick, what's so beautiful about using animals, in your, or around, people are using animals like okay, so I was on I was in the Grand Canyon, I was coming back up, and a mule train passed us, and there's and then the cowboys, they're on their horses, and you're like right there, because the trail, it's wide enough, but like, those things are huge, so you're standing there like right there, and you have this, you get this respect, or you should feel this respect, because at any time that thing can go bam,
Are you high up?
Yeah.
You're
looking down.
The long way down.
Yeah. Anyways,
you respect the danger of the situation and the height.
Yeah, but being around these animals, it humbles you. It humbles you, and it gives you a lot of respect, for sure.
The thing about the ram, they have such incredible desire, and why they represent Aries and why they represent this is, and cause and effect, is you've never seen anything do this before. They jump up the Himalayas. They jump from ledge to ledge. They jump up a ledge that's like 20, 30 feet high, and they catch on, and they see there's another ledge 10 feet. They jump, catch on.
And they're like standing on like that part of
they're hanging from their hooves, and they're like, there's a ledge up there. They jump up, and they jump, and they jump, and they jump, and then you see them slip, and they're falling down the cliff, and they're like trying to grab on as they're falling, and somehow they manage to like, and they start again, doink, doink, doink. They do not give up. The desire is to get to the top of that mountain. They will do whatever it takes to get to the top of that mountain. And they're so passionate about getting to the top of that mountain, they're going to get there. Nothing is going to stop them.
That's powerful as fuck. That I'm sure there's some magic having to do with rams that will get things moving for you. But I also I love how you're saying that they'd kick you off the fucking mountain too, because your desires will kick you off the goddamn mountain. You will fall so far. So you got to be so careful with that sort of stuff.
That is the key. And so the cause and effect is all about desire, because it's our desires that trigger causes, which trigger effects. Like, I want this, so I'm going to do that to get it. And now there's a consequence to what you did. If you didn't have a desire to want to do something and make a choice. So I think we're talking about free will when we're talking about Aries. When we're talking about cause and effect, we're talking about the exercise of free will. In the principle of rhythm, we're talking about being locked into rhythm, into Father's rhythm. The principle of polarity, we have the choice of which emotional direction we're going to go in. Principle of vibration, we're locked into vibration. The principle of correspondence, we have the choice of which correspondence we're going to follow. The principle of mentalism, we're locked into mentalism. So you see there's like masculine, feminine, polarity is running through these in a sense. It's not really that simple, but there's an element of this that can be sort of seen. So that cause and effect is a very externalizing direction of, and on the one hand it's desire, on the other hand it's passion, because it's passing ions. And when you desire, you're passing ions. So passion and desire are essentially the same thing if you really want to get to it. The only difference is that passion is what you're holding in and desire is what you're giving out. So it's like the masculine and feminine version of each other. Passion is when you hold your passion and you allow your passion to temper you. Desire is when thing comes, you go, oh, I better do this. Oh, the one is like an impulsive, got to jump now. The other one is, I really want to get there. So I'm not just going to follow my impulse. I'm going to like really use everything I've got to focus me to get there. So there's a little more thought involved with passion than with desire. Desire tends to be just an obsessive, like you say. It can lead to obsession. But mind you, passion can as well.
Yeah. That was some heavy gravy there, especially with the masculine and feminine principle within the ordering of the principles. That blew my mind. And sorry, I don't mean to swear so much. I think I just lost my other thought. It'll come back.
Well, generation, then you're locked into generation, playing a role. Yes, Indy, you were going to say something, brother, or was I? Oh,
the passion. That's I remembered. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, cytogenesis is one of the processes of cannabis. It can help us create new branches of thought, but also can make it hard for us to connect back to that branch of thought we were just thinking on.
Oh, 100%. You got to be careful with that, man.
Oh, yeah.
But I remember the passion building up. I'm thinking of a passion as this like this energy within you, and you do certain things that can build that passion up and bring it to the point of like knowing, okay, this is what I need to. This is the action I need to take now, and then boom, you have that properly directed, to make impact and that cause and effect. But I could see where if you don't have timing, you don't have rhythm, you can miss the opportunity or miss the moment, and then it can become destructive within you because you're holding all this passion and you're not letting it out because there's something in your way, and it can be destructive.
Normally it's fear.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, we want to do something, but we're afraid to do it because we don't want to fail.
Right.
People want to quit their job and start their own business, but they don't want to do it because they need that security. So they never do it. So they go through life resenting their jobs, hating what they do for a living when they really wanted to do something else. And then they sort of, resent themselves And so there's a classic example that probably can speak to a big portion of the population on Earth that are wage slaves. When if you ask them, what would you rather do? Well, I wish I had done that. Well, you wish you had done it. Why don't you? Well, I can't do it. Why can't you? Fear.
Yeah, that's you know, to me the fear is the other side of the polarity is love. And if you don't do something because of fear, like in a way you're not loving yourself or not allowing yourself to love yourself, you know? Because if you do this thing, look, the coolest shit that is out there, people have done it from a place of love. And it's so good, you know. I'm thinking of music, you know, in particular. But that
Yeah,
passion
you're
thing
totally
is
right.
but that passion thing is you know, throughout my life people have asked me what I'm passionate about. But then I think there's this stigma attached to following your passion. Like go to school, get a job, you know, work, make money, retire at some point. That's safe. Okay. Your passion might not work out. How passionate are you? You know what I mean? But passion is beaten out of us. We don't know how to build it up inside of us. And it's also passion is also you know, associated with sex a lot, right? And that could be,
Rhythm.
huh?
Rhythm. I mean, think about it. If you want to build passion in a woman,
Yeah.
you need rhythm.
Yeah, for sure.
You need to get a good rhythm, and that rhythm will build the passion. So, in ourselves, the rituals
Yeah. Yeah,
that we
recursion.
have will build the passion.
What is it? Chop wood, carry water, gain enlightenment, chop wood, carry water.
So there we see how to use these principles to manifest. So they've told us that manifestation is easy. You just visualize it and you want it, and that's all you have. There's a lot more to it. It's like chopping wood, fetching water. You know,
There is world changing, civilization ending, empire destroying, change following a passion. Or there can be, okay? This passion can built up in enough people can, you know, fucking sorry, it can move a mountain. That's how that's what it seems so important to me, to be able to know how to build it up inside of you.
I feel like passion is goal oriented and is aligned with personal values, whereas desire is more gratification oriented and more aligned with like the need for pleasure or gratification or relief. Of course, they can both be seen in other ways, but I feel like that's an integral aspect that kind of distinguishes them. It's interesting that they can both lead to obsession. I feel like going into obsession with passion could be a good thing. Like if you're focused on your passion and you have over 10,000 hours, you become a master. But if you're kind of like me and you're like a Renaissance man or a jack of all trades or a seeker and you want to like explore a little bit of everything, you're going to understand like how things work together and how to understand the integrated understanding of the big picture. It's going to be hard to have that obsession that's going to allow you to gain mastery. So obsession can be good with passion, I would think.
definitely. I mean, well, the problem though with obsession, I think, is that it polarizes one towards one pole,
Bias.
and so we decrease our potential. Because when we're in a state of balance, then there's more potential. Where the moment you're polarized, all the potential is already moving in one direction. Sort of like being committed to an end and having tunnel vision, instead of being committed to an end but keeping your mind open and being able to adapt. I think balance makes you adaptable. So when you're balanced, you can adapt your plan as you move forward, which is giving you much more fluidity. Where when you, but obsession is like you say, it's you can get crap done, man. You can get things done, man. Like you really get things done, and I can relate to that.
Short bursts. So here, I'll bring it back to I'll bring it to the Marines. Okay, so I was a machine gunner for like almost 3 years, and you shoot short burst, burp, 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 right? Because you let go that super long burst, and there's a use for that, right? A long burst, right? So, but what I'm trying to bring it to is like, short bursts of passion to build, and then there are times when you need that longer burst. But driving too hard, you can destroy yourself.
Your gun can jam.
Yeah,
More likely your gun can jam because
exactly.
it gets hotter and colder.
Yeah, and I think it feels like there's this real drive for people to give their all to something that's not like good for them. Like we see a lot of that.
Yoga to the point where it's hurting you.
Yeah.
Like girls that are so obsessed with yoga that they look at their titties 20 times a day to see that their titties are perfect. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's not moderation.
Yeah,
it's not moderation. The rhythms of the rhythm. I know we keep talking about rhythm, and there's something important there. We keep talking about it. Maybe it's something that everybody's that we're lacking in the world, but the tree language, it can be fairly quick for sure, but I think overall it's a slow sort of thing, right? And you said, or India was talking about the plants and how they have there's so much more to them than even us. So to me that says like, well, they're the most successful being in a way on this planet, and why wouldn't you want to learn from that? And it slows you down so that you
and
can.
the word tree is like 3.
Yeah,
that's the luckiest number that there is.
Yeah, that's where I was going. Oh God, I had another idea about 3, and one of the principles. But is 3 is the number of generation? Is that correct?
No, that's a very interesting concept.
It represents soul and sky.
Yeah, I would say 3 represents something far more spiritualizing. I would say that when we're looking at numbers like rhythm, you're going to probably find that what structures sound? Harmony, right? Harmony structures sound. And I would go as far as to say that the number 6 structures sound. But also, so does the number 8 structure sound, because it's 2 4s. So where you've got 2 4s and 2 3s. And the number 4 also structures sound because you've got 2 2s. So I think where you've got 2s of things, you got something going on, because it's reaching back to polarity, but polarity is being expressed in its conduit form as rhythm, because the swinging of that pendulum between the poles is happening again and again and again and again. And so we're going into the nuance of how that happens. One swing to the next swing, one swing to the next swing. So 3 and 3 probably is a very good expression of it. 4 and 4, I think, is an excellent expression of it. I would say the number 8 and the number 6 represents it in a very powerful way.
And this is generation that you're talking about? It's representing generation?
No. I'm talking about, sorry. I'm talking about cause and effect,
Cause and effect.
because we're on it. Generation is sort of where everything's getting put back together again. So it's going to have to be an odd number.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's going to be a number 5 or a number 7
Yeah.
or a number 9. From my perspective. And obviously, I don't think it fits into just one thing, because there's different ways in which these structures fit together. But I would say that the number 7 does have a very powerful resonance with that. It is the 7th, but it's not just the 7th, you know. So I would put it as being 7, and I would put it as being 9, and I would put 3 as being the vibration, but also as 4.
You're giving me some really good ideas for some drumming I'm gonna do. Tapping out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And what's the most common beat that you get in music? Is, or it's in 2s. It's 2 and 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3. Literally in music, it's 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Or it's 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So there's a lot of ways that these numbers can fit together, but it's interesting in its resonant form. I don't think it's just one thing, although it does seem very interesting that when we look at the number 4, it leads into the heart as well. And 4 is, what is this for? So there's purpose involved with the number 4. So 4 represents purpose. And your heart is sort of, you feel what's the purpose. Like does that make sense? Like your purpose isn't something you can think, it's something you feel. So there's interesting considerations in looking at all of this. But getting into generation, and I think that my beep is going to go off soon. I hope not too soon. So I hope we won't end this too abruptly, because otherwise I won't be able to end it. It will be lost, because it'll just be an endless stream that goes on with a blank screen like all night long. Can you imagine YouTube? Like, it never ends. I wonder how that works. But I definitely get the sense that when we look at generation, obviously we're talking about genes as well, because the word gene, generation, is taken from the word generation, which is gender, to engender. Gen is also the beginning, right? Genesis. And generic, right? So when things are all the same. So when you're putting the masculine into the feminine plug, it just becomes one thing. So can you tell where the male and the female ends? So gender, like generation, to me represents the opposite of the heart, where the heart is sort of polarizing in order to keep the space. The gender is closing the loop in order to fulfill the space that was kept. So gender involves filling the space made by polarity. Rhythm involves coordinating how the vibrations of sound structure through causality what's going to fill the space. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think generation is a fascinating concept. Interestingly, in ancient Taoism, they had the principle of mutual arising amongst yin and yang. They did have the idea of cause and effect, that the Tao causes the effect of the yin and yang. So interestingly, with the Hermetic principles, it's in alignment with that as well, in the sense that mind is said to be the cause of all of the seen things in the physical world. So in a lot of ways, they're also suggesting that the things in the seen material world are not necessarily causal. They're a mutual arising from an unseen cause behind them, which is the mind. And that was, I think, the plan of salvation that was provided to Hermes when he spoke with Pymander, to be able to consult the greater mind of the universe and get a higher understanding by submitting the self and surrendering to it. I feel like we all have that capacity, but it takes great practice and discipline. Focus.
I think there's something to that. There's definitely something to be said about. I think that the seen is the unseen. It's just the unseen is polarized in forms, and the seen is like one endless loop structure of all of those separate things put back together. So it starts off as a unity that gets taken apart, and then all the bits, like Lego, get put back together again to form the structure. But the structure is a copy of what was there before things were taken apart, in a sense. So you can see the unseen by looking at the seen. And this is what geomancy is. It's what tarot card reading is. It's what the I Ching is. It's what, Chirionomy is. It's what astrology is. It's looking at the seen in order to map the unseen influences, because the influences of unseen are here in front of us.
Isn't that like divination?
Exactly. Divination.
What's Chirionomy?
Chirionomy is the reading of the palms.
Oh, okay.
I think it's called Chirionomy. It's been a while.
Palmistry?
I hope I said it right. Yeah.
Is it the same as palmistry?
Well, palmistry is Chirionomy.
Okay.
It's the old name. Let me check. They changed all the words. I
know that they used to use the idea of Hymarmene and Hymarmony, but it's based on a goddess. And I feel like they've taken away a lot of the words that were based on a goddess etymology.
Sorry. Chiromancy. Not Chirionomy. Chiromancy. I thought like it didn't quite sound right when I was saying it. But yeah, chiromancy.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, it's a form of geomancy. Of course, it has to have mancy on it. Because
I wonder if it's associated with curiosity. Curious as an etymology. Sounds like
that's
it.
quite interesting. Curio. A curio is when you take a sample of something back with you. A curio shop is when you find things that you like in a different country, and you take back, like, I found the statue of a man with an erection and I liked it. I wanted to put it in my bedroom next to the bed. As an example.
You got crazy sounds in your house and bumps at night.
Yeah, by my house. It's no crazy sounds here. It's the dogs. Though, yeah, it's interesting how this all fits together when we start to look at it, because the idea of curio is to curate. and curation is to sample a lot of things together in a single structure. So we do find that we tend to want to not diversify. I think diversification is the act of curation, which is Mercury. Oh, there she is. Pretty as a flower.
So I looked up a definition of curio and suggests something such as a decorative object considered novel, rare, or bizarre. Also, an unusual or bizarre person. So I feel like that does have a lot to do with curiosity. Curiosity is kind of exploring the unseen, exploring the unexplored. And so seeing new things. And then curio is having a new thing.
Yeah.
And then
Or when a British guy goes to Thailand and decides he has to bring one of those Thai ladies home with him. She becomes his curio. What a concept.
indeed.
I've known so many British guys to fall in love with Thailand women. Probably because everybody likes to go to Thailand. And
Yeah.
the
And
food's just so good. Why wouldn't you want to marry a woman that cooks like that?
right? Wow. What's your favorite Thai dish?
Oh, it's got to be Thai green curry.
Yeah.
I love a good green curry. Oh my gosh, my mouth's watering. My girlfriend's actually got lemongrass, like fresh lemongrass where she lives. So she brought me a couple of strands of lemongrass. So I can actually, but she doesn't eat chilies. So it's like, it's like a hole in the head. I can't make it for her
Oh,
because you can't make a Thai green curry without a lot of green chili.
Right.
It's got to be handstands in the shower, tap on cold. Otherwise it's not going to work. If that makes sense for Thai curry. I don't know if you like spice.
I do.
I like spice probably more than I should. My girlfriend brought me a bag of red chilies this big. I ate the whole
nice.
damn lot in a week. There was no balance. They were the best chilies I've ever tasted. They were so sweet. It was like addiction. Oh my gosh. Every meal I had like
Yeah,
a
that's
plate of chilies, and I eat them raw, like whole chilies. I just chew them
seeds
when
and
I'm
all.
eating my food. Like,
Yeah.
because I can eat chilies like no one can eat chilies. Like, ridiculous. Which is why I don't eat them all the time.
My
Because if I
coworker,
did, I'd have kidney stones.
yeah, my coworker brought a pepper called Armageddon to work, and he dared me to just lick my tongue just to it a little bit. And I ate the tip off of this pepper. I was fine. Everybody was mystified, and they're like, "What? How is this possible?" But I have a very strong tolerance because I eat ghost pepper daily, a lot of times, mostly. But when I later on, I thought I could do it again, and my stomach had been able to handle it the first time, and I bit a piece that had more seeds, and man, I couldn't do it.
That didn't go so well then.
Well,
Second attempt.
That sounds insane.
yeah. So, but no, I've learned that, with the hot peppers, I have to know my limits. If the first time it's tough and I get through it, stick with that. But I'm a pitta in the Ayurvedic dosha, which is the fire
Yeah.
body type. So I'm really not supposed to have spicy food because I'm kind of like driven towards having like that inner fire of like fury. That's going to be hard to like kind of like temper down, and hot peppers are going to send that fury up. So it's not
Okay.
it, but I've taken adaptogens like rhodiola and take a amino acid SAM-E that helps me with my mood to keep things copacetic. So it's good. I can still get away with my hot peppers.
Good thing. I don't even know what body type I am according to the system that you mentioned. So that's something interesting to look into.
Usually the air types are very thin. The fire types are very muscular. And then there's two other types. Let's see. But the air types tend to like crunchy foods. Pitta's drawn towards spicy foods. And then there's kapha, Let me look up Kapha. I think you're a Kapha, possibly. Let's see. Associated with earth and water.
Earth and water. Okay.
And it's, they say, slow, moist, oily, heavy, smooth, and steady. So the air types are like overly intense. The fire types are like, they go in bursts of like extreme like intensity, but then they can calm down and be calm. And then the Kaphas are very sweet and kind and like stable. And they're supposed to avoid sugar, but they're drawn towards sugar.
Okay. That sounds about me.
That's what I thought. That's cool. Yeah, it's hard being a Pitta. You know, I can get irritable and stuff, and it's difficult. But it's good to be able to learn how to not emotionally react sometimes for me and stuff. So it's been great to be able to practice that and work on deficits and things. But it would be nice to just be stable all the time.
What are you, Pitta Kapha?
Pitta.
Are you sure you're not Pitta Kapha?
Could be two. You can be a combination of both things.
I'm Pitta Kapha.
I'm not drawn towards sweetness. I'm drawn away from sweetness. I like bitter and I like spicy. I don't like sweetness.
Okay.
Yeah. My ex-wife was Kapha Pitta. So you get Pitta Kapha, you get Kapha Pitta. You can have.
What's the difference between a Pitta and a Kapha Pitta? Or a Pitta Kapha?
Well, I'm just going to make sure that she's not biting the little dog. Come Andy. He's hiding under my chair. She went for the little one. I think he was winding her up. But she's a golden retriever. She weighs like 35 kilos. He's a tiny little Pekingese. She'll literally eat him with one gulp. Pitta Kapha and Kapha Pitta. I would say, like, if you're gonna combine, like, say, fire and water, Pitta Kapha.
Okay.
Where Vata is more like air.
Yeah.
Airy. So.
I'm more earth and fire, water. So,
I mean, that's not really that simple, but like from a metaphysical concept of what water represents, Vata is more Pitta is very solid as well. There's an earthy quality to it.
Yeah, I have that. I have earth hands.
Yeah.
Steady, wide, solid, grounded.
Yeah.
My brothers
were both broad feet
in the air. Yeah, broad feet, broad shoulders, hips, hands.
Yeah,
I'm strong.
So that's I've got very broad, like almost square, square hands and square feet. It's hilarious, but it means that I should be wearing half-size shoes. It's just you can't find them that easily these days. Have you noticed?
Yeah, I need wide shoes, and if not,
you have to get bigger shoes with like toe room in it, right?
Yeah,
to fit. In the old days, they used to have half-size shoes for people with broad feet.
Mm.
They did away with that for some reason. Don't do it anymore. But so yeah, the Vata I think makes for a more adaptable.
Yeah, my
girlfriend. The Pitta is like very like. Vata adds adaptability, and Pitta adds strength. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Vata adds, what's wrong with my brain? Kapha. Kapha adds, Kapha Pitta, Kapha adds adaptability.
Oh, okay.
Vata adds being overly mental.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
Vata would be people that are very cerebral.
My ex was Aquarius. She was like that. She was a Vata.
Yeah, very, very cerebral. Maybe the danger is over compartmentalization. But
That
I would
dampens
say,
emotional salience as
hey,
well. Can dampen
what?
emotional salience when the analytical side is overactive.
Yeah.
You can dampen the other side.
Where I think the Kapha is very passionate.
Hmm.
Kapha is like very much passions. And the Vata is very much sort of like empathy.
Mm.
Like,
She was a nurse, my ex.
yeah, being adaptable. That's what I mean by adaptable. But it's obviously there's many more associations that come with this. I'm not an Ayurvedist specifically. That's just my experience of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha people.
Okay.
My ex-wife was more Kapha than Pitta. I'm more Pitta than Kapha. So we were very similar, but she was more Kapha than Pitta, where I was the opposite.
I feel like I'm a tempered Pitta. Like I used to be more serious and more intense, and now I try to be more easygoing and agreeable. But I've tempered my natural way to become more balanced.
I think it's like as we get older, we become more. We grow into our shoes
Yeah,
of who we are.
is
We
like a Gemini rising? Does that mean I'm like coming into that? Like, what does the rising sign mean?
well, your ascendant is how you come across. It's how you accentuate yourself externally. It's your persona.
Mm.
So your ego is
Two-faced persona.
yeah, your persona is Gemini. Your ego is Virgo. And where's your moon?
Scorpio.
Your emotional being is Scorpio, which is probably a big part of our horoscopes. Where my emotional being is Taurus,
Pitta.
and my ego is Leo. My persona is Sagittarius. So, and then your north node is where you're going towards, and your south node's where you're coming from energetically. So your north node's very important for your Ketu, right?
Mm-hmm.
For your destiny and your fate, and your etheric body is aligned with that, in a sense. So if you know where your Ketu is, then you got an idea of where you're going. Like my Ketu is in Scorpio, so my life path's taking me deeper into the occult, and always has. So you can get a good idea about where your path of fortune is going to lead you based on that.
Okay, interesting.
Cool. Thank you.
But I'm not an astrologer. I'm a Hermetic. I practice Hermetic astrology, which isn't about. That's like, it's more like looking at the psychology, if that makes sense, of the principles, rather than where they're going to lead to the outcome. Where Western astrology seems to be all about what's the outcome, what's the bottom line, what's the bottom line? Come on, what's the bottom line? Hermetic astrology is just about the process and the forces moving between it. It's not really goal oriented, which is a big thing in our Western society. I think we're overly goal oriented, and I think that brings us back to this generative functions. Did you want to say something, Soraya?
No. I was listening and then I was nodding, agreeing.
Is the north node and the south node known as something else? I'm not seeing it here in my chart. Is there sun sextile and sun semi-square? That's also a different name for it.
Is there a little circle with 2 testicles on it? Like a circle,
Sure.
2 testicles?
Hmm.
With the crescent facing upwards? In other words, like that. Like that, with little balls.
I don't have any of the picture of my chart. I just have the words.
And then your south node would be the opposite, looks like a cup hanging from testicles.
Yeah. Let me get one pulled up right now.
So the south node looks like the womb, actually, with the 2 egg cells. Yeah.
Mhm.
And the north node looks like a penis with 2 testicles. It's probably a good way of describing it.
Gotcha.
North node and south node.
Okay.
We are talking about generation, right?
Indeed.
So gender, can't think of gender without thinking of what it represents.
That sacred union.
But so yeah, your north node would be that's obviously the wobble of the moon that's taken into account, right?
Mhm.
That's the way that it wobbles, and it tends to create quite a wobble, which is quite interesting because I think we don't put much attention onto that, but I think it's quite important when we look at our nodes of our moon. They put a lot of importance in Vedic astrology into the north and south node.
The north is what you're becoming, and the south is what you're coming from. Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay. Just want to double check on that.
it's like your alignment
Mhm.
in a sense. And
Yeah,
I think it has a lot. Yeah.
You gotta leave the womb. You gotta detach from the mother. Go your own way.
Yeah. And we don't apply much importance to the moon, but the moon's really important in our horoscopes. So they've wanted us to focus just on the sun. So everybody talks about where their sun is. But the sun is quite generic, right? The moon's a lot less generic because your moon's only there for 2 days, 2.5 days. So the moon's constantly in a state of mobility. In 1 week, you've got 3 different moon signs coming into being, as opposed to 4 weeks, 1 sun sign. So they wanted us to think about the solar without thinking about the moon, when the moon's actually far more of an influence, I think. I think the Vedic astrology, they've got it right, personally. But yeah, man. So generation. Do you guys have any last thoughts about generation? I noticed we've gone 5.5 hours. I was promising we're going to try and wrap it up in 5 hours, but we're getting there. Okay, that's it. That's the beep saying we got to wrap this up, guys. Any last moments?
This up. I got a thing on generation. We got people in here that are, the egg came before the chicken, and we have people that are thinking that the chicken came before the egg. So what does that mean? I feel like some people are of the idea that God created everything, and evolution isn't necessarily a thing. Things didn't necessarily change; they were made how they are. They didn't change from something else into what they are now. They just were made as they are and intended to be as so. So generation is interesting. You can think of the generation to be on a material plane of being generated from something and then transforming through time. Or you can think of things being generated from mind, and then our history is generated back from the present back in time.
Can we leave that thought on the table and carry it on next time? I've got a feeling this is going to kick off. I won't be able to end this.
Okay. Yep, there it is.
Really kicked off. Yeah, I think
Well, I'll see you guys later.
all right. Okay. Let me get out. There it is. All right.
Oh, we're going then.
Okay, I keep stepping on the screen. All right. Let's see. Can we stop the show without Franklin? I surely hope so. Thank everybody in the audience. I want to thank you, Soraya, for being here. Jeremy, Cosmic Prankster, I think, was here.
Yeah, he was here.
And we had
Aaron.
what's that guy's name? The Christian guy. Drawing a blank on his name. Quinty was here. Thank you, Quinty. And thank you, Franklin, for having the space for us. And it's been a great show. Thank you for everybody in the chats. We really appreciate your guys' comments. Shout out to my buddy Austin. Thanks for being in there. And let's see. Thank you for everybody on the round table, on Telegram, and much respect. We talked a lot about Thoth today, also known as Jehudi and Hermes, Trismegistus, the thrice great king, sage king. All right, Soraya, take care.
Yes.
You have a great
Take care too.
weekend. Thank you, and everybody as well.
Sure thing.